Ready? Okay. Good morning. Today is August 18th. It is the assessment of Appeals hearings agenda. I believe Brandon will take roll call.
Mr. Verdisco is going to take care of most of the stuff today. So
And hearing officer Sisson.
Present.
That concludes the roll call.
All right. Set the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, and will everybody remain standing?
It was a pledge against
Okay.
he's going to place everyone under oath that's here today. When you complete stating the oath, please state I do.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly affirm that the testimony you are about to give in the matter now pending before this board, hearing officer will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
Thank you. Next, Brendan will conduct the agenda review.
Agenda review item number 5 for August 18th, 2025. The clerk of the board recommends approval of the agenda review by the Assessing Appeals Board. The agenda review consists of the following items. Item number 14, application number 2311211. Applicant Advanced Quality Contractors LLC denied due to lack of appearance. Item number 15, application number 2311251. Applicant Francisco Alvarado denied due to lack of appearance. Item number 29, application number 2410356. Applicant Clayton Cushman denied due to lack of appearance. Item number 31, application number 2410470. Applicant Charles E. Ash denied due to lack of appearance. Item number 36, application number 2410985. Applicant Steve Sharp denied due to lack of appearance. Item number 37, application number 2410996. Applicant Ryan Gallagher denied due to lack of appearance. And item number 41, application number 2411730. Applicant Antonio Rubalcaba denied due to lack of appearance. And that concludes the agenda review.
Real quick before you, we have a number of persons on Zoom. So if anyone heard their name called, sorry, some people are jumping ahead of me. If anyone on Zoom heard their name called, please press the raise hand button now. And if you're in person that had heard your name called, please press the raise hand button now. Do we have a standard countdown?
That's 36.
Okay, 36 will remove from the agenda review. They are present. And so with the remainder of that, no one else on agenda review has made themselves known. So recommendation is to approve as read.
Approve. Okay, thank you for the agenda review. Next is time for public comments. Are there any public comments out there? Anything specifically related to process, not specific to an actual address or field?
Here, Officer Sisk, I believe everybody that's checked in today is here for an item on the agenda. Are there any public comments?
And so if we have no public comments, we're closing the time for public comments. I do not have any comments myself. Thank you everyone for showing up. It's gonna be a busy day. We're gonna roll through each item and see if you're prepared to move forward or want to ask for a continuance. And if anyone's prepared to move forward, we'll probably hear at the end. If there's enough, is that pretty much correct?
Yeah, I'll just do a little extra. So a lot of you are requesting reschedule, so the room is kind of packed right now, but we'll get the room cleared out as quickly as we can. Those of you rescheduling, we put on the screen your options for your next hearing. The hearing officer only meets 4 times a year. It is a less formal type of proceeding. So our next hearing is October 27th. Following that is February 23rd. So those are the 2 dates we're going to be asking you to choose from. If neither of those work, we can go out to June 8th, but seeing as that's nearly a year out, we're trying not to go to June 8th, 2026. So keep in mind which date you prefer. Also keep in mind if you need to provide the assessor with additional information or not. Everyone should have received a copy of the agenda on Friday. We're going to be going through an item number order. If you're on Zoom and your name is called and we aren't able to identify you, just push the raise hand button once your name is called and we'll allow you through. Those in person, just make yourself known. And so we'll go through this the best we can to get things moving. And I'll turn it back to you, hearing officer Sis, for the first item.
Okay, thank you. First application, 22-11605 through 11611, Peter Butcher.
We have Peter Butcher here in person.
Yes,
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
actually, I was prepared to ask for continuance, but after talking with Mr. Phillips and Jose, I think I'm gonna let the 20 through 2014, the cases you just mentioned, we're gonna dismiss those. And pending a new appeal for 21 through 23, which might revolve back and ask questions about the 20 through 2014, and I'm fine with that.
Okay. Any comments? Any assessors?
Comments fine with that. The issues under appeal have been resolved. Most of his issues for these current years are with the auditor and,
Okay.
and refunds. And yeah, we've encouraged him to file appeals on, other years.
Okay, so it's being withdrawn. I didn't.
Are we doing a verbal withdrawal? Is that correct?
I'm okay with that, yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
Withdrawn.
Yes, withdrawn. No further action required.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're good.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Next, item 23-10311, Aero Cruise LLC.
Yes,
Aero
I'm here.
Cruise.
Yes.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
So yes, but I had brought up a question about possibly appealing the valuation, which is separate to what this appeal was for. This was for a penalty. So I don't know if the idea is we just move forward on the penalty and then come back and do that, or amend it and just handle everything at once. I don't know what's better.
Yeah, so we're okay with the amendment to include
Okay.
valuation. We were prepared today, like the applicant said, to address the penalty portion.
Okay,
So our suggestion was if it does get amended for valuation, today we address the penalty and then we bifurcate the valuation issue
Okay.
to another date.
okay.
I don't know if that works for the clerk of the board.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
If, are you okay splitting it into two hearings today, just the penalty, if you're
Yeah.
prepared for that, and then just at a later date, the value?
Yeah, we can. So then do I need to file something for the valuation when we're done here?
So we can just take care of that right now. It'll be real quick. So we would just need the hearing officer to approve an amendment to your application in section 6 to add the selection box A for a market value review. And that's correct, what you're asking for, a market value review for 2023?
Well, actually, it would be for not 23, but it would be for 24 and 25, I guess, or.
Yeah, so this is an aircraft, correct?
Correct.
So aircrafts are assessed annually, based on the value as of January 1st. So this appeal is for 2023 only. Do you have other appeals pending with us?
No,
Okay.
that would be a new filing.
Yeah, so you have till September 15th to file for 2025. 2024 closed a year ago. So we can, are you wanting to address the 2023 value or $366,000?
No, that's fine.
Okay, so you don't care
It's
about the
only off, it's only off by.
Okay, so it's the later years.
Yeah.
Okay, no amendments necessary
Okay.
then. So we'll just proceed with amendment, penalty. And if you want to appeal 2025, just do that by September 15th.
Got it.
And so we're gonna trail this in here first.
Yep, that'll be hearing number 1.
All right, thank you. We'll get back to you first. Next application, 23-10594, Martin Family Investments LLC. David
Hearing
Misko.
officer, we have David Misko here in person.
In the room?
David Misko.
David Misko, please come in the room.
Morning.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
Yes.
Okay, and about how long will your presentation take?
Few minutes, I
Few minutes, okay. Any comments from the session office?
Oh, yeah. So this one, looks like we've been waiting for some additional information. So we were expecting a continuance today
Okay,
for the information.
okay. So they have requested information.
Which I emailed over.
When? I didn't receive
Week
it.
ago or so. This last week, 2 days ago. Sent you my emails at work.
Yeah, I've been waiting for an email and I haven't received anything.
I sent it to appeals response. Yeah, I also sent it to the court on today. She sent one back, like, don't send that to me, please. So.
Okay, yeah,
So
so
we're.
continues to get on the same page. Yeah.
Because if they do find it, they still have to read it from airport, so.
Okay.
Do you want to continue to the closest October 27th?
No, unfortunately, I have a destination wedding that day, so I'll have to make it February. I guess.
Okay, February. They moved that we postpone this to February 23rd with the provide so that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
That's 30 days prior to February?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're all set. Okay, thank you. Next application, 23-10600, Osvaldo Alamia.
Hearing officer, since nobody has checked in for this item, checking Zoom to see if we have.
Yeah, if Osvaldo Alamio or a representative of him is online, please press the raise hand button now. If someone's in person for, again, Osvaldo Alamio, please come into the room. Seeing none.
Recommended action would be delayed due to lack of appearance.
Approved, did not do lack of appearance. Next application, 23-11125, David Williams.
We have David Williams on Zoom for this item.
Good morning.
Oh, hold on, sorry, my notes showed in person, I wasn't prepared. There you go. Mr. Williams, you should be able to unmute now.
Yes, I just did. Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, we are requesting a continuance,
Okay.
and I guess it would have to be the February date. As luck would have it, we're out of for a wedding in October. So,
All right. Any comments from the assessor's office?
The assessor agrees with the continuance.
Any data?
Yeah, if we could do a 30-day proviso.
Okay. We're going to continue this to February 23rd with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
And Mr. Williams, I did email you last week, for your appeal, we require a 2-year waiver to postpone out to February 2026. Would you be able to get us that by the end of the day?
say that beginning part again. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the whole thing. What do you
So
need by
last
the beginning,
week
by the end of the day?
The 2-year waiver for your appeal, I emailed you, last week requesting that, in order to continue out to February 2026.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I understand.
Did you, sorry, this is Brendan with the clerk of board's office. The email, did you receive the email we sent on Friday and this morning regarding the 2-year waiver?
Oh, no, I didn't. Okay, well, all right, whatever it is, I should be able to get it to you by the end of the day, sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, they have it, I think. Okay.
All right. And that was approved, that reschedule was approved hearing officer says to February 26th, 23rd?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Williams. You're all set.
Thank you.
Next application, 23-11253, Glenn Becerra.
Hearing officer says nobody has checked in for this item. We're checking Zoom. And Glenn Becerra is on Zoom.
All right, we have a raised hand from Glenn Becerra. You should be able to unmute. Thank you.
Yes,
And I
thank
believe
you.
we're
I'm here, and I think the staff was requesting a continuance, and I'm okay supporting that.
Yes, I was gonna say, let's go to the assessor for an update first on this one.
Yes, the assessor is requesting a continuance because we processed assessment rule change due to some clerical errors on our part calculating the base year. So we wanted those changes to go through before a presentation is made before the board.
Okay.
Those went through last week and they got a notice is being mailed on Friday, so the applicant should be receiving this soon.
Okay.
We are fine with any date. We suggest October 27th. Or
Okay.
no, not October.
That's the day I have.
Oh, that's right. Apologies. February 23rd, if that
Okay.
works.
And do you need data or are we okay?
No, we do not need data for this.
Okay. We're going to postpone to February 23rd with no data proviso.
Mr. Becerra, are you available on February 23rd?
I'm looking right now. Give me 1 second. I'll make it fast. Let's see, February 23rd. Monday. Yeah, that's fine. I can be here.
And then just want to clarify on the third day for everyone now.
No data
No
provided.
data.
Yeah. This would likely be the last thing.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Was that approved?
Yes. The next application, 23-11385, Kevin Shank.
Hearing officer says we have Kevin Shank on Zoom for this item.
Good morning, sir.
So this is the monthly hearing confirmation. So Mr.
Mr. Shank, we sent out a hearing confirmation form and we have not received that from you. Did you receive our previous emails and mail correspondence?
I did, and I apologize for not getting back to you. I was wondering.
We're not able to hear you, Mr. Shank. Make sure your microphone is close to you.
All right, are you able to hear me now?
I'm cranking the volume all the way up. I think we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Just speak loudly, please.
I will speak very, very loud. I did, and I apologize for not getting that back to you. Am I able to get a continuance?
Okay, so you're requesting a continuance. Your available dates are October 27th, 2025 and February 23rd, 2026.
February 23rd, please.
Okay, and as we were not expecting your attendance, I did not get a chance to email you the 2-year waiver. Would you be willing to get us that before the end of the day?
Absolutely.
Assessor, have any comments?
The assessor is agreeable with the continuance, if we could just add the proviso.
Okay. And what date was that?
That was February 23rd.
We're going to move to February 23rd with proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing.
So Mr. Shank, just to clarify, we are rescheduling, but as mentioned by Mr. Verduzco, we'll need you to submit a waiver by the end of today. And you also need to reach out to the assessor's office, assigned appraiser, Ms. Russell, correct? To work with her on providing data to support your case as soon as possible, to see if this can be resolved outside the hearing process. So please reach out to her as soon as you're able.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, next application. We're going to turn that back down a little bit. Application 23-11840, Daniela Tamayo.
We have Daniela Tamayo here in person.
Morning. Are you prepared to move forward today? Okay, and about how long will your presentation take? Okay, and any comments from the assessor's office?
So we're not prepared for a final presentation. Our understanding, we shared the applicable laws with the applicant. She understood them. She just wanted to kind of address the board with her concerns, and her thoughts on, I guess, Prop 19. So our understanding is today wouldn't be final presentations. She just wanted to, make remarks to the board today. So
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure how to move forward after.
I know that would have been needed to be addressed during the public comment section in the very beginning of the meeting. It's no longer time for public comments, it's time for specific property issues. Is there do you have a property issue to solve, or do you want to request a continuance?
It is about her property.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is it value oriented? Is there an issue about the property that I can solve?
It's more of like, we got the bill for the second assessment tax. And we missed it. And we weren't aware of that there were deadlines to file documents. Then we sold the property. And so now that's basically what I just wanted to say. The reason why we didn't follow the law is because we weren't aware there were steps to take before we sold the property and that there were deadlines to file.
Okay, it doesn't really seem like issues that I can address here. You know, it's if you miss the filing deadline, I don't know if there's really much I can do about that.
Yeah. I would say we should probably just still trail this to get into that discussion a little further. That way we can clear the room a little more.
Okay.
If that's all right with you.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we'll go ahead and hear this after we go through the rest of the document. Okay, next application, 22-11884, Casey Barron. Here. All right, are you?
I'm the dad.
All right. Are you ready to move forward today?
Well, we have a situation. I guess you didn't get the mailing that you guys sent to me and I changed addresses. It was anyway, you guys didn't get it. So you guys aren't prepared, but I'm prepared.
Okay.
So I've already handed the young man a full form. I had 3 and I gave him 1. So I guess that's it. Our problem with it is she bought it for X amount of dollars and they reassessed her $130,000 or $100,000 more than what she paid. And it was a death in the property and it was, and so they had no idea all this, so that's why they reassessed. So I'm here to show, and I'm an appraiser 30 years.
Okay.
For over 50 years, so. But you guys aren't ready. So we can go to October 27th. I'll be more than happy to come back. Beautiful Ventura, so.
That's
But
fine.
I'm gonna need an extension, I guess.
Yes,
And
so,
I
yeah.
guess I can sign that now. Year
So
somewhere?
for the 2-year waiver, yes,
Okay.
we will
We're more
require a
happy to
2-year
do
waiver
that.
to extend out, as the no confirmation of appearance, the assessor's way from presenting. We have got updated contact information so that
Perfect.
we don't have any more issues going
Let's
forward.
hope not.
And so, we'll continue this out to October 27th. The applicants.
You good with that?
Well, I gotta make it, so you need data, do we put it in there just in case?
Yeah, so he handed us data today, if we could just do it just in case.
You haven't looked at it yet?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay, so the October date,
That works for the assessment.
Perfect.
okay, we're
I'll
gonna,
see you in October.
hold on, I'm not done talking.
Okay.
We're gonna move this to, we're gonna postpone it to October 27th with the proviso that any data, any additional data requested by the assessor's office be provided to them within 30 days of the hearing.
Perfect.
Thank you. All right, now you're all set.
Now I'm good.
You're good now, thanks.
All right, hey, thank you very much. I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate it.
And Mr. Pineda's in the hall there.
I don't know if you fill that over.
Good luck, guys.
I did fill in.
Okay.
Mr. Bruin, the 2-year waiver
Thank you.
here. And then there's some pens there for you,
Oh, I got them.
and then you can choose either a date to extend to or indefinitely.
Here will be issues. Okay.
What is today? The
18.
pretty bad when you don't overstate anyone.
Thank you so much.
That's actually a good thing.
You're all set?
All right, guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, next application 23-11886, Sunil, referee? Close, okay, good, I was close, all right. Are you prepared to move forward today?
I am requesting for continuance.
Continuance, okay?
Yes, sir.
Any comments from the assessor's office?
We agree with the continuance and if we could just add the proviso.
Okay, and then what date?
Well,
Is there?
I mean, we are comfortable with October 27th, subject to Ms. Wilson, our assessor, Ms. Russell, our assessor, agreeing to whatever time they need.
Okay.
Seems like maybe there's also a site visit that the
Does
assessor
it
would
allow
like
you
to
enough
have.
time?
Because of the site visit,
Yeah.
maybe extend to February.
That's it.
Okay, we're going to postpone to February 23rd with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so
You're all
much.
set. We'll give you the 2-year waiver.
He filled one out online last night, so he also same. I did the same
Probably
thing.
Maybe just let the hearing officer know that on the record. Though.
Okay, hearing officer Sisk, Sunil did submit a 2-year waiver online last night, so
Okay.
he's also.
Okay, perfect. Okay, next application, 23-11932, Steve Leffler.
Yes,
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
I've been in contact with Rebecca and Renee for the past year and a half.
Okay,
It sounds like it's a title issue. So what happened was, I'm the original owner of the house, never been married. So I had my father on title in case something happens to me, so the state doesn't take. His health is declining, so he grant deeded to a good friend of mine, Sharon Prince. And same thing is, she left in 93 to get married in Colorado.
Mr. Leeper, I just want to confirm, we show you're gonna be requesting an extension today, correct? You're not ready to present, it sounds like you're presenting your case. The hearing officer doesn't need that much detail right now, we just need to know if you're ready to present your case or if you want to reschedule to a later
Well,
date.
I needed to explain that, according to Rebecca, it was approved that they have to acknowledge the 93 deed instead of what happened in 2023. And so they have to go all the way back to 93 to what my last tax bill was and reconfigure it up to now.
Right, so you're still working with the assessor and working out all the details, right? So we need more time for that,
Okay,
right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, she has all the copies set up. I didn't have to
yeah,
make all the copies, but I have, the deeds and everything here.
Okay, so assessor's office.
Are you Rebecca?
I'm Rebecca, yes, yeah.
So yeah, today's a continuance. Our office is working on processing the changes that he's speaking of, so. Just one more continuance and hopefully this can be resolved.
October or February?
Well, I wanna go for as soon as I can, so, the next, what would be October 27th?
Okay, we can do October 27th.
Okay, then what about data? Should we put a data price over there?
I think we are okay on data, so.
You're
no-
fine, okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to postpone to October 27th with no data price.
Okay,
All
are
right, yeah.
we doing this, an assessor or applicant?
This can be credited to the assessor, that's fine.
October 27th, 9:30.
Thank you. You're all set, Mr. Lepler?
Okay, next application, 24-10139, Gideesh.
I'm ready to proceed.
Okay, are you prepared to move forward today?
Yeah.
Okay, about how long will your presentation take?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, okay.
4 minutes.
Assessor's office, are you prepared to move forward today?
The assessor's prepared to move forward. We anticipate about 20 minutes.
Okay, so we're gonna trail this to the end and we'll probably hear it heard.
I'm sorry?
We're gonna go through the rest of the docket.
Okay,
And then come back and hear your probably heard.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next application, 24-10209, Clemencia Orozco.
Your officer says we have Clemenza here in person. Ms. Orozco?
Orozco? Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today? Ms. Orozco, are you prepared to move forward today?
Do you prefer in Spanish? Okay. Ok, para su caso le llamé la semana pasada para averiguar si iban a presentar ahora, necesitan más tiempo para trabajar con la oficina del assessor. ¿Han hablado con su trabajador?
So ella no tiene, en realidad ella no sabe qué está haciendo aquí, porque no, ella para lo único que vino, okay, so the only thing she came here for, she didn't know when she tried to put her condo back to her name, she didn't know that there were gonna be another assessment for taxes, so she doesn't really know the process of it, or if she has to have a lawyer or anything, she's just here to try to figure out what's going on.
And can we get your name for the record, please?
My name is Maria Isleta, and I'm her daughter.
Maria.
Isleta,
Isleta?
Isleta.
Okay, perfect. So for this appeal, yeah, so it looks like it's a base year. For the way it's filed, we may need an amendment, Joe. It looks like it's only a value and they didn't file for B1, the change in ownership. So we may be having an amendment to the application and then working with the assessor to get the data.
Yeah, I was just gonna mention, we haven't received any info or contact with the applicant yet.
Okay.
So we were expecting a continuation.
And we have a phone number ending in 4582. Is that
That's her number.
okay? So we did try reaching out a couple times. We just want to make sure there's communication, and we're able to get that. So the assessor's office is going to require some data to be able to work on her appeal. But as of right now, we haven't received anything. So
Okay, so she doesn't, tampoco le llamaron porque estaban tratando de contactarla para,
is there an email maybe we can add, because there's no email on here, and so everything is just through US mail.
okay, she doesn't know how to use the phone like for email, but I can give you my email.
Yeah, we can definitely add you on. So
Okay, so
children don't need a representative. You can just help her out and there'd be no issue. So we can go through you if you'd like for communication.
Yeah, well, that's the reason I came. I don't live here.
Okay,
I only came because she had put it under my name. But
Oh, okay, so
she had no knowledge of how to do things and they were done in a certain way that she didn't know that now that she wants her condo to be back into her name, that she would have to do other sort of
Got it.
legal stuff.
okay, yeah, so it sounds like we're gonna do an amendment to box B one in section 6 and then have the continue out for.
Okay, we have a date to continue.
Do you have a preferred date to continue out to? We have October 27th and February 23rd, 2026.
October 27 is fine.
Okay, the hearing officer says, did you want to approve that amendment?
Yes. We'll approve the amendment to the application and postpone to October 27th with the proviso that any additional data requested by the assessor's office is provided within 30 days.
I just want to confirm, June 26, 2023 is when the deed was recorded that she wants the reassessment for reversed. Is that your understanding?
To be honest, she doesn't know about this stuff. She didn't let me know. Even when she trespassed it to my name, she just came one day and said, can I put it for, under your name in case something happens? To me, it was like, okay, so.
Okay, so it's between you and her parent child, correct?
Yes, uh-huh.
Okay, when you're done here, you may want to go to the assessor's office to file the parent to child exemption forms. Because if
Okay.
you haven't, you might,
I'm showing that they have.
they have, okay,
Yeah,
so then we don't need to worry about that part.
yeah. And I believe, based on what I'm looking at, it is the June 26, 23 date that they intend to challenge.
Yeah, it looks like that's how the application was filed, but for value only, not the change in ownership.
And Mr. Phillips, who should they speak to regarding the change in ownership issues?
That will be Rebecca Russell, her current assigned appraiser, who's standing right behind you.
And then do you wanna write down your email so you don't put it out in the public? Just put it here. And we'll get that added in there.
Okay.
We'll send correspondence to you. We're all set?
You're all set.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next application, 24-10224, Jeffrey Wooden. Jeffrey Wooden.
Hearing officer says nobody has checked in for this item. I don't see anybody on Zoom. Recommended action would be to deny due to lack of appearance.
Denied lack of appearance. Next application, 24-10239, Maria Guadalupe de Warrens.
Yeah.
Are you prepared to move forward today?
Hablo en español.
Sí.
La razón que me presento es porque el asesor me dijo que me habían mandado unos papeles y nunca los recibí. Y entonces me dijo que viniera para hacer una extensión.
Oh, so she's here for a continuance. She said she didn't receive the assessor's correspondence, but she's requesting a continuance to be able to comply with that.
Okay. Any comments from the assessor's office?
We agree with the continuance. We made contact with her, I believe, last week, so I believe we're on the same page as far as what information we need.
You need any data?
¿A cuál día quería continuar?
Sí.
¿A cuál día quería continuar? Tenemos el 27 de
Yeah.
octubre y el 23 de febrero en 2026.
We would request the February 23rd.
Mejor el 23 de febrero porque no llegan los papeles.
Okay, yeah, she's in agreement with February 23rd.
Okay, great.
We're going to move to, or postpone to February 23rd with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the trial date.
Okay, ya está bien. Le van a mandar otro paquete para la información que necesitan y entonces.
Justo me van a mandar la información del que la tengo.
How are you guys be contacting her?
I believe we're gonna be contacting via email.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think she has.
Oh, does she not have email?
Yes, is a phone only case.
Okay, so we'll have a Spanish speaker call her
Okay,
and follow up.
entonces le llaman por teléfono con alguien que
¿Me apunto en la fecha o en la momento?
Oh, sí, también, le mandamos, o si lo quiere apuntar, es el 23 de febrero. De 2016. Del 2026.
26. Ok. Ok,
Ok,
está
muchas
bien.
gracias.
Gracias. Perdón, con permiso. Hasta luego.
Next application, 24-10263, Shane Cannon.
Okay, I believe we have Shane Cannon here in person. Mr. Cannon?
Morning.
Morning, are you prepared to move forward today?
I am, if you are. I'll tell you what I know. If you like.
Okay, Assessor's Office, any comments?
We're not prepared to move forward. We haven't received any information yet on this property. Or, sorry, it's an aircraft. Watercraft? Watercraft, sorry.
You just needed the bill of sale, correct? To prove, I'm here to dispute what was, you guys valued it and what I paid for it.
Okay, my notes show that we haven't received any data yet from you regarding the appeal.
I have a handwritten bill of sale.
Okay.
I don't know if that'll suffice. I also been in touch with my insurance company who have a notarized bill of sale, but they're not getting back to me because the lady's out of the office. So I'm in a pickle with that.
Okay, so, yeah, I would suggest, exchanging that information with us. The assigned appraiser, actually Mike sitting next to me, he can explain more detail what information he's looking for.
Sure.
But I'm pretty sure the bill of sale would be a good starting place.
My card, sir.
Okay.
Email phone number.
So it sounds like we're continuing out to allow time for the data exchange.
We have the date for a date,
Any date would work for the assessor, whatever date works for you.
October 27th or February 23rd. Or June 8th.
Do I need push it out? Does it need October 20 something, is it?
Yeah, October 27th or February 23rd. Those are your first two.
20, the October 23rd, 27, sorry.
October 27th.
October 27th?
Yeah,
And then data, okay.
Um,
We're going to postpone to October 27th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided to them within 30 days of the filing.
Okay, but the handwritten one I have right now won't suffice.
No,
They got it done
the
today.
handwritten one was first accepted, and that's when we sent the email on April 5, that we needed a broker bill of sale or some other documents like insurance or some of the other things that can help us
Okay.
establish its condition.
Okay,
There's the,
survey. Okay.
any of those kinds of things.
All
They
right.
were on the 441D letter, but we can also talk and,
Sounds good.
after this meeting, to
All right.
see what documents you have that would suffice.
Okay, we'll do.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Next application 24-10271, Samaj and Patrice Day. Patricia?
Hearing officer Sis, nobody has checked in for this item.
We have Patricia Dave. We have Patricia Dave on Zoom. Go ahead.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
I provided my information to my assessor, Mr. Pineda, and it was, I think, within 27 days. He needs a bit more time and suggested that we go for a continuance, and I'm completely in agreement with that. So whatever date works best for Mr. Pineda and yourselves works for me.
Okay, any comments from the assessor's office?
The assessor agrees with the continuance. We were, I believe the last thing we need is a site inspection of the property.
Okay.
So if we can add a proviso.
I'll add a data proviso.
Yeah.
Okay.
October 27th should be fine.
Okay, we're going to postpone to October 27th with proviso that any data or site inspections need to be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
Yes, understood. And I've provided the information to Mr. Pineda, and I agree with the 27th of October. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next application, 24-10345, Hitendra Sony.
We have Hitendra Soni here in person.
Okay, well, are you prepared to move forward today?
I know, I'm looking for continuance.
Okay.
Submitted all the data,
Okay.
just as of yesterday, so.
Okay, any comments from the session office?
We agree with the continuance, and we need a proviso. It's just in the event there's any more data.
Okay, so you have a date in mind?
Whatever.
The next one, October 27th, I believe is the next.
Okay, that works.
All right, we're going to postpone to October 27th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the drawing.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Next application, 24-10463. So something LLC, James J. Jewell.
We have James on Zoom, I believe it's James iPhone. If we have James Jewell or another representative of SoCal Sale LLC, please press the raise hand button on Zoom now. We just have yes, we have a James iPhone. Go ahead and unmute. Can you confirm, are you James Jewell?
I am.
Thank
I
you.
apologize for I'm very ill today and I wasn't able to, I've been waiting a while to see you guys and I was not able to make it in person today. I apologize.
Mr. Jewell, just to clarify, we did not receive confirmation that you'd be attending today's hearing, which requires the hearing be rescheduled anyway. And it looks like the assessor's office has tried to contact you a few times as well to get some information from you and has not heard back. I just want to make sure, are you getting communications from the county regarding this appeal?
I am not. I have received just my invitation to today's.
Okay. Is your mailing
via
address? Okay. Is your mailing address still on Colorado Road in Atascadero?
That's one of them, yes, and I check that mail frequently, and I also have an address down in Mandalay Shores, Oxnard, that I receive mail from, and I check them regularly. So it slipped through the cracks somehow, but I'm really good about my mail. I just can't believe I haven't. But the emails work as well.
Yeah, we'll get it squared away going forward. I just wanted to make sure you were getting communication since it sounds like you weren't. So we'll let hear from the assessor chime in.
Yes, the assessor agrees with the continuance. We haven't received any information yet on this one.
Okay.
And any date would work for the assessor.
Oh, great. Thank you so much.
Did you have a preferred date, October 27th or February 23rd?
Can we do the 23rd of February? That gives me time. Can I start scanning information your direction as well so that it's much easier on you when I do get to see you guys? I feel like if I showed up with a big stack of documents, that it's not advantageous for you guys to get through your day. So I'm more than willing to send scanned information.
Yeah, you want to reach out to Mr. Gillinger as soon as possible, and well in advance of the hearing to send that over by email and see if this can be resolved and get things clarified. And that way, when we return to the hearing, the issues are narrowed down.
Absolutely. I'd love to assist you guys. Looks like there's a lot going on there. And the Gillinger gentleman is in my paperwork here, I assume. Or should I talk to the nice lady at the office and she can give me that information?
Yeah, so I believe Mr. Gillinger has likely reached out to you before, but if you could try to find an email from him, or you could send an email.
I can send another one to this address.
Yeah, Mike will follow up with you and send you a new email, okay?
Oh, wonderful. Is that the JJJ address? I've got multiples.
We have that as your secondary on the appeal. We have the Central Coast CASA is the primary.
Can we make that JJJ the primary, please? The Central Coast Casa is my short-term rental business, and it's flooded. It's overwhelmed.
Also, yeah, they're both in our system, Michael. If you
Thank you very much.
So the primary is the new one. So the next time you log in the clerk of the board system, you'll see the updated address.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to close to February 23rd with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for your time. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next application, 24-10673. Ken High.
We have Ken High on Zoom for this item.
That's right, Phil Barton.
Oh, Phil Barton, sorry. Applicant's representative with Tax Appeal Solutions.
Yes, I'm here.
Are you prepared to move forward today?
The assessor's office indicated to me that I cannot move forward until they view the property in person. So that's why it needs to be continued.
Okay, any comments from the assessor?
We agree with the continuance, and yeah, we are requesting a site inspection.
Okay.
For the property.
And do we have a date in mind?
The assessor would request February 23rd just to allow time for that site inspection.
Okay. We're going to
That's fine with me. I mean, I'll accommodate it or try to get it coordinated as soon as I can.
Okay, great. We're going to postpone to February 23rd with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Are we doing this in assessor or applicant?
In our opinion, this would be applicant. I don't know if the applicant disagrees, but
I kind of feel the other way, but it's fine. I mean, I was told that I can't proceed until it's viewed, but that's fine. It can be that applicant continuance.
Yeah, I mean, I think because legally we can't require a site inspection, so
Okay.
I think that's
That's not-
probably an assessor's request to have a site inspection.
is that not part of the 441D or?
There's I don't want to get into it, but you're talking about the interior of the property.
Yeah,
I believe there's a guidance that says we
Oh,
can't
yeah.
require access to a personal, inside a personal
Right,
residence,
right.
so. I would say if they're giving that as a courtesy, it probably should be charged to the assessor's continuance. Are you okay with
yeah,
that?
that makes sense.
That way it doesn't count as Mr. Martin's one-time reschedule.
Okay, that will work.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next application 24-10672 and 673, Morris Family Trust.
We have Lori Morris here in person. Ms. Morris? So.
See,
Yeah. I don't see it.
Ms. Morris,
Are you Ms. Morris? Or no?
what was that?
Oh,
yeah, she's Ms. Morris.
you're Ms. Morris, Lori Morris? Okay, are you prepared to move forward today?
Pardon?
Are you prepared to move forward today?
Yes,
Okay. And about how long will your presentation take?
I was told I was not giving when we were.
Yeah, so with this, we spoke last week, it looks like the assessor's office is recommending an amendment to the application.
Okay.
To better assist the taxpayer. Are you in agreement with the amendment to the application? Okay, and then
Any
just,
comments from the assessor?
Yeah, so for maximum relief on this one, we were suggesting an amendment to the application. Andrew, do you have the specifics?
Yes, so there were two, Andrew Pineda for the assessor, there were two partial interest transfers that were both escaped assessment. She appealed on one of them, and I found that a reduction was warranted. And if she applied for the second date of transfer, I could provide relief for that date as well. So I recommend that she either appeal or amend to include the second date of transfer.
we're including this amendment on both applications or just
Yes, for
both applications? Okay. And so that would be an amendment to section 6 to add the selection of box, is a value or change in ownership from
Valuation.
valuation to just add the selection of box B2 for the.
I believe I sent you a message on Teams.
Yeah, September 24th, 2016, change in ownership. Does that sound correct?
You're challenging the value for September 24th, 2016 only, correct? Wait, 2016?
Yeah, that's what Andrew.
Okay, wait. Sorry, let's back up a second. What's the confirmed dates you have? Let's try to pull it up real quick. Oh, you know what?
It's for the transfer, not for the value.
This was an escape assessment, so I believe it's still within the window. Is that incorrect?
I guess that's a follow-up question. So let me back up a second, because on our notes, we say B1. So are you saying the property shouldn't have been reassessed in 2016, or just the value is incorrect, or both?
I'm not real clear on the 2016 one, because I got the property later, so it's the value for sure. It's the value is out of range. But I believe that was a transfer. Up to the death of one of those.
Is this some notes?
It would be the value.
Well, that's what I'm trying to clarify.
So there was
Yeah, that should.
there's also the 26 here that you mentioned. And then This one,
I believe it was 2016 and 2020. I don't have a appeal on it. These were escape assessments.
okay, so she appealed 23. No, 2016, so, okay. September 24, 2016, the valuation on that date is what we think it should be amended to include that one as well.
So 2 and 6, because on my end is showing the last reassessment was October 2015. I just want to confirm. I know you have more visibility than I do.
Yeah, let me double check the notes here.
Because it's not showing, at least from what I can see, that there's a 2016 reassessment.
Yeah, so we're showing a 33% change in ownership on September 24, 2016.
We didn't run 2015 to be an assessment.
Or did the other, this is saying decision here and.
So can we add that? If it's
90,
4 years in?
Hold on, notes, it doesn't say it.
Maybe what's best is if we just continue it to allow more time to be sorted out of what the issues are. Since it sounds like we're not clear. The reason one thing I need to clarify is, if you're challenging, it should be not reassessed or not. There's not a time limit on that. If it's the value, there's a 4-year time limit on that. But Mr. Pineda also mentioned it's an escape assessment,
Yeah,
but the escape assessment was done in the last 4 years. For 2016, we may be okay.
Yeah, the notice was sent on June 24th, 2024.
Okay, and that's for a 2016 change in ownership?
That's correct.
Okay,
September 24th, 2016.
okay,
And it was 33% reassessable event.
okay.
So yeah, we were suggesting adding that one.
Okay.
Sorry, then our notes are a bit scattered in our system here. Apologies.
Okay,
So we're doing an amendment to section 6 to add the selection of box B2 for the September 24th, 2016 change in ownership, and that's to both applications.
Correct.
so just to confirm, Ms. Morris, you're challenging the value for 2016, is that correct? Or are you saying it shouldn't have been a 33% reassessment in 2016?
Did I just say yes?
I was gonna say, it is better to,
I'll
if
start
you're
it
not
with
sure,
assessment.
if you're not sure, we can add both, and then you can say, I'm not gonna proceed with
Yes.
one. If you say, if you don't do one, we have to come back for another amendment.
Yes.
So that might allow more time to clarify. So your answer, sis, that would be to add both boxes B1 and B2 for the, you have
The
this
September 24th, 2016.
2016 date, and in addition to the April 25th, 2023 date that's already listed for B2. So that'd be the amendment to approve. Do you approve? We will make sure the paperwork is correct. Okay. So with that, now we can go ahead and talk about rescheduling it to a date that works best. Ms. Morrissey, on October 27th, February 23rd, which do you prefer?
October 27th.
Okay. That will. Or no date, okay.
We are going to postpone to October 23rd, no data for myself, or October 27th, no data for myself.
So hope you, that's what she's really too late.
That's okay.
She didn't put me on for this.
And that's what I just stated, it'll be both dates.
Got it. So I'll have to change them. We're all set.
Okay, awesome, thank you. Next application, 24-70955, William Tomasi.
We have Mr. Tomasi on Zoom for this item.
Mr. Tomasi, please unmute. Thank you.
It's unmuted. I'm sorry.
You're good. We can hear you now.
Mr. Tomasi, we did not receive a confirmation of attendance for your appeal. So a reschedule is required at least 45 days out.
Okay. Let's see, the 70-day date, October. Could we make it to October 27th, please?
And did you receive our notices by mail and email?
Yeah, well, I received a notice, the last one stating there was a hearing set for today. But I didn't know I was supposed to, I didn't receive a waiver, if that's what you're asking.
So your appeal doesn't require a waiver just yet.
Well, okay.
We do send out what's called a hearing confirmation, and so essentially it just lets us know if you're going to attend. And
yeah, so I know what happened. So you were previously represented by a professional that removed themselves back in June, and you're kind of taking this over yourself, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so what may have happened, so all the communication from the assessor regarding what you need to provide was initially provided to your former representative. They should have provided everything to you.
I've got nothing. They've provided nothing.
Okay, so what I would say outside of the day, reach out to the assigned appraiser, Mr. Pineda, and ask what you need to provide him to proceed, because all that information would have been sent to your prior representative. And so I think it was their duty to forward everything to you, because you're responsible for all actions they took. But if they did not forward them to you, we'll try to get this squared away going forward.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm sure I'll talk to Mr. Pineda, and I'm sure by the October 27th date, we can get it straightened out. Okay?
Okay. And one thing I'd recommend, if you have an email address, reach out to us and provide that so that we can send you more efficient communication. Right now, all we have is your home mailing address.
I will contact Mr. Pineda today. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna.
So both hearings will be set for October 27th, correct?
Sorry, both hearings? Do you have a second?
Yeah, the one that was initially the first one, I don't know why there's two. I'm sure it's something simple, but originally I made an appearance via Zoom.
Oh, your other one's already on October 27th. Got it. Yeah, this will keep them together.
Yes, yes, exactly. I make it easier for me and you, I presume.
And then do you need data?
Yes, we need data on both appeals, but one is not.
Okay, we're going to postpone to October 27th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date, and that's for both items.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, good day.
Next application 24-10985, Stephen Sharp.
Here in office, we have Skylar Fallman on Zoom for this item.
Yes, hi.
Hey, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Are you prepared to move forward today?
So we are not at this time. We would like to request a continuance, if possible, to the February 23rd. We are going to get the documents that were requested by Carl Lowry put together, but we would like the opportunity to postpone it until February, as we've been a little busy out at that property, fire cleanup and things like that. So if we have the opportunity, we'd like to go ahead with February.
Any comments from the assessor's office?
We agree with February, and we just need a proviso for the date.
Okay, we're going to postpone to February 23rd with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
Great. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Next application, 24-11016, the Perugia Family Trust.
Hearing Officer Sis, we have John here in person for this item. Mr. Faruqia.
Confirmation. You can have a seat if you'd like. Okay.
Mr. Faruqia, for your appeal, we did not receive a confirmation of attendance, so a 45-day, at least 45-day reschedule is required. Did you receive our?
I sent it in well over a month ago or whenever it was. I signed it and sent it in.
And you said you were, I recall before the hearing, you indicated you weren't receiving the emails from the county regarding today's
I
hearing?
don't have an email from Friday. I checked.
Okay, it's still CJ and your last name at gmail.com?
FARUGIA, yeah. It came from County Ventura, because I searched and I couldn't, I found the ones from when I sent in the appeal, but nothing since.
Yeah, this should have came from AAB clerk at venturacounty.gov. So I'm not sure what happened there, but I think we need to hear from the assessor as well, because they may have sent out a request as well that wasn't responded to.
Correct, yeah, we haven't received any information yet or communication with our office. We sent a 441D letter to your address, haven't received a response.
I'm confused. All I got was a letter with one date. Then I came with a new letter with a new date, which is today at 9:30. So I'm here the way I'm supposed to be. With my 3 copies and everything else.
Do you have more than one appeal? Because today is the first hearing ever scheduled for this appeal. Let me
Correct.
look
I
if there's
put in
more.
an appeal in September of last year, I believe.
Okay. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to, because everything just shows scheduled for today as the only hearing ever scheduled on this property. So do you have another property that?
No, I had my first date came on the 21st. And then I got another date, which was today at 9:30. So that's why I'm here.
The 21st of
August.
August?
Correct. That was my first appeal letter that said, please be there at 800 Victoria on the 21st. Then I got another letter saying the 18th.
Okay.
And that's why I'm here.
Apologize, I'm not sure what that other letter is. There's no other hearing.
I can show it to you if you'd like me to.
I mean, if you'd like to clarify the confusion, because we don't have any other hearings this month, so.
Here you go.
This is for today, August 18th.
Correct.
That's correct. You said you have another one for the 21st?
I don't have it with me.
Okay,
I threw that out once I got this.
okay. Yeah, I'm not certain what that's referring to. But
We don't have their.
today, well, just for all clarification purposes, we only have one appeal pending. Today is the hearing date, and we're now discussing rescheduling that to a later date to allow you time to work with the assessor on providing additional information.
Okay.
The only reason we're asking about the emails is we want to make sure that communication flows going forward, because this is a very interactive process. And your mailing address is your home address?
Correct.
Okay.
Look, guys, if you want to help with confusion, you might want to help with how people find where we're going to this room. Okay, I got here 45 minutes beforehand and had no idea where to go. I parked in A, I walked over to the traffic section. There's no people. I finally in my car found a cop, asked him a question. He threatened me because I was blocking the car behind me. Okay, finally told me to go to parking lot G.
Yes.
How would anybody know that when it's 800 Victoria and you're worried about confusion?
I understand your frustration.
You can't be the first person I've heard this from.
That's why we email, like, again.
I got
we
didn't get an
them
email.
out.
And on Friday?
Right, so we also, all last week, we spoke to everyone here. We call that's timely returned a confirmation. So you didn't receive a call because you didn't return the confirmation.
I
form.
did return the confirmation.
Well, for whatever reason, we didn't receive that either. Had your emails been being received, you would have also gotten an email about 30 days ago that says, hey, the 30-day deadline is passed. We didn't receive your paperwork. And so for whatever reason, there's been miscommunication. All we can do at this point is get it corrected going forward. And so today we're gonna set a new date for the hearing, as well as a deadline for you to provide the assessor with additional information. And if the case is not resolved, we will be calling you the week before the hearing to make sure you don't have any questions about the proceeding, because you've now confirmed here in person that you will attend the next hearing. So that means you'll get a call next time around. So I apologize, I don't know if we've heard from the assessor yet on this case.
Yeah, I just mentioned we hadn't received any information yet.
Yeah, there's not been a single house in my neighborhood that has sold for 1.9 million. And that's what I'm assessed at. They're selling for 1.5, 1.6, 1.7. I don't know how I'm at 1.9. I must have the most valuable house in the neighborhood by a couple $100,000. Makes no sense. I want you to know, my assessments when I moved in were $12,000 a year, $6,000 twice a year. Now I'm at 20,000. That's a 75% increase. It's absurd.
So when, after we reschedule today, when you work with the assigned appraiser, they can explain to you your history of assessments if you have questions on that and what your assessment is for this year and how they came to that. And you can work with them on seeing if there's.
So I still have a chance to change that assessment is what you're saying.
Today is just rescheduling. So what normally happens before the hearing is you work with the assigned appraiser at the assessor's office to see if any discrepancies can be clarified.
Why didn't I get any information on that?
Again, they mailed a letter to your home. For whatever reason, that didn't make it to you. It seems like there's just a lot of miscommunications in this case, but again, all we can do is correct it going forward. So we'll reschedule your case and then you'll work with the assessor's assigned appraiser and they'll answer any questions you have. And if say it's a condition issue.
So we're accomplishing nothing today is what you're saying?
We're accomplishing getting communication back on track. That's.
I see.
what
So
we-
I got up this morning and drove here at 8 o'clock to spend 2.5 hours here to come back again, is what you're telling me?
Correct.
Lovely.
None of the required paperwork was.
That's
received.
almost as efficient as telling me 800 Victoria Avenue.
I understand your frustration.
No, you don't, because you would fix it if you understood. I can't be the first person that's saying this. Do something about it. Put some signs out there.
Again, we made sufficient efforts to try to contact you by US mail and email.
Right, that's why we're doing this again. You made sufficient efforts. I have everything I'm supposed to have. You guys aren't going forward with this. I have my 3 copies of everything. I have a letter from a realtor.
I'm sure the assessor's office will gladly take a copy of that to begin reviewing it to start the conversation.
Thank you.
I would also like, while I have an opportunity to be here, I was part of the PACE program for Ventura County. Everybody know what that is?
No.
The PACE program, you could do a remodel or something to your home that was energy efficient.
Okay.
So we put in new air conditioning for the tune of $35,000 and did it on PACE, which allows you to then put the bill on your taxes and pay it twice a year. Okay, so my tax bill jumped, it doubled because I was putting a lot on there. The problem with it, I paid it off in September of 2019, but was it Hintz? Was the assessor then, Stephen Hintz?
That's tax collector.
Tax collector, all right. He said to me that even though I paid it off and they know I paid it off, I had to pay an extra $12,000 2 times, once in December of 19 and then in April of 20, because they don't bother to go and do their paperwork on a timely basis. We only do it once a year. Where do you people think someone has an extra $12,000 in today's day and age to front to you for 6 months and not get paid back until October of the following year?
Mr. Allen, let's get back to the facts here. I believe we need to postpone this. And do we have a, rights with this as well?
Yes.
Okay. We have a preferred date, either October or February.
October's fine. I want to get this done before I have to pay taxes.
We're gonna postpone this to October 27th with proviso that any additional data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the traffic date. Thank you very much, sir.
Wow, what a waste of time.
Mr. Free, to clarify, you just mentioned before you have to pay taxes, so this is only, under state law, only applies to last year's tax bill. If you disagree with your 2025 assessment, the assessor mailed you a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
You'll need to file an additional appeal by September 15th. You can do so at our front counter today if you'd like. But this appeal, that we've just rescheduled only applies to your 2024 tax bill. It does not, apply to future years.
So it has, so what happens if you redo this for 2024? Nothing happens to the 2025 assessment?
Correct. Under state law, it only applies to the year it was filed in, so it would only be a refund of any overpayment for 2024 based on the market value that year.
Got it. And is that under the auspices of customer service again?
That's state law. State law is not allowed to apply to any other
Customer service. Okay. Thanks, guys. I appreciate you wasting 4 hours of my time this morning.
Very well handled. Next application, 24-11632 and 633, Nancy McCarron.
Yes, I'm
Hi.
here and I'm ready to go forward.
Okay, about how long will your presentation take?
At least a half an hour.
Okay, and then to
And I don't know how much theirs would take in rebuttal, but I have a lot of information.
and then to the assessor's office.
The assessor's prepared today to address a number of issues, but I believe there is amendments necessary to address some of the issues she wants to present. We anticipate about 30 minutes for everything.
Okay,
There's a couple issues, we believe were prepared for her amendments, so I think we can get it all done today.
okay,
But if there's portions we're not prepared for, we may need to continue those portions.
okay. So we'll go through the rest of our documents, there's not very many, and then we'll try to start. We have to revisit.
Sure.
Okay. Next application, 24-11735, AW and JG Rossi Family Trust.
Yes,
All right, are you prepared to move forward today?
no, I'm here to amend the application.
Okay.
Am I coming into the hearing room, please?
Oh,
That's what you're here.
I was here.
That's
right.
And sorry, just for the record, your name is Arthur, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you for confirming.
We need to additionally check box D and box G2.
Apologize. Let me pull up your case real quick. What type of property is this?
Residential.
Residential. Use. Okay, so this is a calamity. Is this due to the mountain fire?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Apologize for your loss there. So you would like to. Let's see. So the assessor. Apologize, I think you're one of our first mountain fire appeals to come through, so.
So he indicates box D, but I believe.
So we got a notice of calamity reassessment.
Let me clarify.
Yeah.
Independent for the assessor, I was speaking with Mr. Ronci. He's not necessarily disputing the calamity reassessment as much as the initial value that the calamity reassessment was performed on. So in this case, we're in discussion about our allocation methods for the basic value purchase, 2024, I believe.
Yes.
And so in order to address the allocation issue, we need to.
Meaning before the fire damage, the improvements weren't valued high enough in your opinion, so they didn't remove enough. Okay, that makes sense, because you had just purchased in May 2024, correct? Okay, so that would be, you said D, calamity reassessment, that actually should be checked because it's a calamity appeal, but what Mr. Pineda is actually talking about is the value for your purchase, so. The amendment request, let's just check everything off to be certain. We're gonna add box B2 for the change in ownership occurring on May 23rd.
No, I don't know if that's correct.
It's challenging the value for your purchase date. B2 is the value for your purchase date, so May 23rd, 2024. D is for the calamity reassessment in general, basically you're saying after they fire damage that they haven't removed enough on improvements, and then G2 is just to cover that allocation distribution for your initial purchase in 2024. So we'll just, most likely, it's all intertwined issues. It sounds like it's gonna come down to a combination of those. So with all of them selected, we'll just ensure you're entitled to the most relief you're eligible for.
So then I have a question. This is regarding 2024, since the 2025 bills have already been sent. Do I need to open another appeal for that? or-
No, so this calamities are roll forward until you've made the repairs. So now, if you think the market value of your property has gone down for 2025 because of the stigma of fire damage, you may want to file a 2025 market value appeal, but this will roll forward to all future years until the construction is replaced.
Play out.
So here, Mr. Sis, do you approve the amendments as I previously stated?
Yes, I approve.
Okay. And so then we'll need to reschedule to allow all that to be worked out, so.
27th is fine. October 27th is fine.
And then you have a data process, assessor's office.
We need data.
I think that would be a good idea.
Yeah, let's do data provider.
We're going to postpone to October 27th with proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date. All right.
And then, Renee, I'm sorry, I might have noticed, did you write March 23rd, 2024 or May?
May 23rd, sorry,
Oh, you
I did put March, but it's
Okay.
May 23rd, 2024.
I wanna double
So
check.
Brendan read into the record.
Yes, great.
Okay, thank you. Next application, 24-11765 and 766, Christian Conference.
Yes, I am here.
Oh, it's really quiet. I don't know what's with the volume in here today.
Sorry
Go ahead
about
again, Mr. Contreras.
my computer doesn't have the best microphone. Can you hear me now?
Okay. We turned you up really loud, thank you.
Perfect.
Are you
So I'm basically in the same boat as the last person, with the calamity from the mountain fire. But I did talk to Mr. Pineda. He told me that what he's recommending for me is an amendment of my appeal for 24-11766 to a base year value appeal, with me providing proof to them of all the documentations from the change of ownership on 7/23/24, with box 6.B2 checkmarked and box 6.G2 also checkmarked. And then they also recommended that I file a separate appeal for the regular assessment effective 1/1/2025, and that will take effect basically as what you guys stated as for the stigma of what the value is now for all the homes in that area.
I'm just trying to clarify, we have two appeals. Andrew, do you know the difference between the two appeals? Because they look the same to me.
I didn't really find a difference between the two of them. I just defer to your expertise.
Yeah, Mr. Contreras, do you know why you filed two appeals? I'm trying to figure out what's happening here. They look like they're exactly the same.
Yeah, so when I went to the board, they told me to just to file them both the same. But basically, one was because of the change of ownership on 7/23. I believe that the value of it for the what's it called when you get a
Yeah, your purchase. So was one of these supposed to be a supplemental assessment? I'm wondering if it just got filled out wrong. So we have a calamity reassessment here. Let me just go ahead and pull up.
Correct. One's supposed to be a supplemental.
Okay, it may have just been an error in how it was filled out. I'm pulling this up. Okay. Let's work on this outside the hearing because they look like they were filed in duplicate, so something is not right here. If you do have a supplemental and you're timely for that, we should be able to correct that. You look like you're good. Something to say, Mr. Phillips? Or?
No.
Okay.
I was confirming what you just said.
Okay. So with that, one of these, if it's deemed to be duplicate, we can work with you administratively to correct. We have limited authority to fix things outside the hearing. So for this amendment, he's already got calamity reassessment checked. So as he stated, we're going to add B2 for the July 23rd, 2024 purchase. Is that correct? When you purchased the property?
Correct.
And G2 to review the allocation between land and structures. So we need and just to be safe, let's apply that to both applications. And if one of them turns out to be a duplicate, we can administratively fix that. So, Mayor Officer Sis, do you approve that amendment?
I approve.
Great. And so now we can talk about rescheduling this.
I'm okay with any of the dates, whatever the assessor is good with, if they're good with October 27th or February 23rd, depending on how much time they need for to review the data.
I think we can do October 27th on this.
Okay, do we need a data professor?
Let's add one just in case.
Okay, we are going to postpone to October 27th with proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
I appreciate it. And just one comment, your guys' communication via email and via mail is great. So
Thank you. We appreciate that contrast.
Thank you, sir.
You're all set.
thank you.
Okay, last application 24-11772, Sandra Monty.
We have Ryan Bonte on Zoom for this item.
Hello, this is Ryan Bonte.
Good morning. Are you prepared to move forward today?
No, I'm not. I'm asking for a continuance. I was hit by a drunk driver and had to do some major right shoulder surgery, so I have not had the time to prepare my case.
Okay, understandable. Any comments from the assessor's office?
The assessor is fine with the continuance. We just need a proviso for missing information.
Okay, and then do we have a date in mind? Do you have a preferred date?
Let's go with October 27th.
Okay.
If that works for you guys.
Okay, we're gonna postpone to October 27th with the proviso that any data requested by the assessor's office be provided within 30 days of the hearing date.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And
Okay, I'm sorry. I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said any information that I want to present needs to be given to you within 30 days or before?
Any data that the assessor's office requests for their side or their calculations needs to be within 30 days. I'm not sure about exchanging cases and sheets or anything like that. I don't know.
Right, so the assessor's office, we requested some specific information from you in order to review your appeal. Your assigned appraiser now is Carl Lowry, who I believe has made an attempt to reach out to you, hasn't heard back. So we just asked for you to, make contact with us so we can clarify what we're missing, so we can process your appeal.
Okay, I will, do we have a phone number for him and I can call him right now?
I believe, well, he's currently in this hearing, but he should have sent you an email. Maybe check your emails.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm, because we tried, this is Brendan with the clerk of the board's office. We tried reaching out to you as well and we're getting responses. So it looks like we have Sandra's email, which is her initials at yahoo.com. Does that sound accurate?
That is my wife, yes.
Yeah, and then we have a phone number ending in 4329. Is that your phone number?
Yes, that's my phone number.
Okay, just because I show my office tried calling and the assessor's office tried emailing you and we weren't hearing back. So just want to make sure communication is open going forward.
Okay, if you can, if anyone has any questions for me, they can call me at any time. I will have my phone. I don't think I received any phone call from the county. So if someone wants to call me today or anytime this week, I will be available.
Yeah, just the clerk of the board's office, I can say we called you on the 14th at both that number and the number ending in 2986 and left voicemails. So
on the 14th.
Oh, sorry, you don't have voicemail. That's right. So we tried calling, but your voicemail's not set up, so we weren't able to leave voicemails.
No, man, I wish I could say my phone number, full phone number over the phone. So it was 2986, last four of 2986, correct?
Yeah, that's your alternate, or the primary on your appeal is 4329 with a 707 area code. So I'm assuming that's your wife and you're the 805 number that ends in 2986.
That's me, yes. So someone can call me, I will answer any questions. If someone can call me today, that'd be wonderful.
I would say just because there's communication issues, if you don't hear anything in the next 2 to 3 days, call the assessor's main line and ask to speak with Mr. Lowry. Do you have the assessor's main phone number? If not, we can give that to you.
I'll take it.
You ready?
Ready.
805-654-2181. Again, 805-654-2181. That's the assessor's main phone number.
Okay, great. And if let's say I cannot have all the information, if I don't have all the information ready within the 30 days or before 30 days of the hearing, can I always ask for another continuance? So I only have one, or can I get multiple?
Yep, You can come, so today is your one-time remote reschedule, but you can come in the future to request, future reschedulings.
Okay, do I have to come in person in order to do that?
Correct. Any future reschedulings are done in person. So today is your one-time remote attendance.
Okay, and so that's all right. That works. Then we'll come in.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We're gonna postpone to October 27th. Did I already do this? No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, there were follow-up questions, but you're all set, Mr. Ray. October 23rd.
Wait a minute, it's okay. So that finishes all of the docket. We have a few that we're gonna go back and.
Yeah, we have no one else on Zoom, and I just want to make sure there's no one else out in the audience still that needs to address the hearing officer. All right, we got everybody.
Okay, I think maybe we should take a 5-minute break.
5-minute break with Mr. Cruz's case first.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. So we'll turn at 11:05 and we'll start with Mr. Cruz's case at that point.
Sounds perfect.
We're recording again.
All right, we are about to hear application 23-10311 of Arrow Cruise LLC.
Yeah, we've gone ahead and handed a copy of the application as well as Assessor's Exhibit A. This is a request for penalty abatement on a aircraft. So for penalty abatement, it's moving burden of proof, meaning first the assessor has the burden to show that the penalty was properly imposed. Then once they do so, then the burden switches to the applicant for the applicant to show that the penalty has good cause for abatement. So the assessor will open the hearing, and the applicant will have the right to close it once the burden shifts. So with that, we can go to the assessor.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Gillenthrough for the Assessor's Office. This application is for Gabriel Cruz, the applicant for the LLC that owns the subject aircraft. The LLC is Aero Cruise LLC. Application number is 23-10311, and the subject aircraft is tail number M565P. There's a section in your report about the burden of proof. That's incorrect. The burden of proof obviously starts with the Assessor's Office, as the clerk of the board just stated. The description of the issue that we're facing today is the application was filed timely. The application did not dispute the personal property and value enrolled, but does assert that the 10% non-filer penalty is not justified because the owner did not receive a request to file the annual property statement. Per Revenue and Taxation Code sections 104, 401.3, and 404, the assessor of each county in California is required to assess all properties situated in their county and assessable as of the lien date each year. This subject aircraft was purchased for $350,000 on 2/10/21. The R&T Code section 441A imposes a requirement to file an annual property statement on each person owning taxable property with an aggregate cost of $100,000 or more. Importantly, this code section also specifically states that the failure of the assessor to request or secure the property statement does not render any assessment invalid. These are all referenced in the Exhibit B for further clarification if you need more support for the R&T codes that are mentioned. Available case law also adds that even if the taxpayer is unaware of a filing requirement, ignorance of the law is no excuse for failing to file a timely return. R&T Code Section 463 states that any person with a requirement to file an annual property statement will have a penalty of 10% of the assessed value added to the tax roll if they fail to file the statement by the due date. The assessor's opinion is that the subject aircraft had taxable situs in Ventura County as of the lien date, and that has been properly assessed in accordance with California state law. This opinion is supported by evidence presented in this case. You had said that we just need to assert that the penalty was correctly applied first and then the burden shifts?
Correct, yes.
Does that mean that the entire presentation should be given or just the section concerning the penalty?
Well, I guess maybe we should clarify because since there were no amendments, I think is the only issue, Mr. Cruz, that you're proceeding on is to have the penalty removed?
Well, yes, that is correct. And I had actually called the office and I spoke with Maya when we did not receive the necessary paperwork. And she said that there was no penalty on record, which is why.
I don't want to get into it too far,
Okay.
but you're just appealing the assessor's penalty for failure. Mr. Gillinger, can you clarify? It's a non-filing penalty or a late filing penalty?
Non-filing penalty.
Non-filing. So you failed to file an aircraft property statement in 2023, and you're challenging for that to be removed. And I just want to confirm that's the only issue you're challenging.
That
with
is
this
correct.
appeal. Okay. We may have a slight issue. Have you made well, I guess maybe this is what we'll get into if we have any questions on your case. So I'll wait for that. So I think that answers the question, Mr. Gillinder. If we're not doing anything else on penalty, besides penalty, then whatever else you had to present on that matter.
All right, I'll finish then. Thank you for the clarification. Under the case evidence section on page 4, where we'll resume, evidence of the assessor's office sending request to file the annual property statements. The assessor's office policy is to send a request to file the annual APS to the owner of every aircraft that is located within our jurisdiction each year. The subject aircraft became known to the assessor's office when it was reported by the Camarillo Airport on their 2023 hangar tenant list. This list reported that Gabriel Cruz kept the subject aircraft N565P in hangar P110E. That's also in Exhibit C for your further reference if you need it. When assessor staff researched the subject aircraft registration, they found that the FAA reported the aircraft was owned by Aerocruise LLC. It is the policy of the assessor's office to send the annual APS to the registered owner of the aircraft rather than the name on the tenant list if the two are different. This policy is in effect part because the aircraft owner listed by the FAA is responsible for any tax liability that exists, while the airport tenant named on the list may not have any involvement in the ownership of the aircraft. And Exhibit C on page 5, you'll see the cover letter that's dated 1/1/2023. This is our mailing of the 2023 property statement to the address 28720 Roadside Drive, Suite 229, which is the registered address the FAA lists for this aircraft owner. The failure to file this document is what triggered the 10% penalty to be applied. This same mailing address was used in 2024 and 2025 to send out those year's annual property statements. Both 24 and 25 APS forms were returned after the due date and signed by Gabriel Cruz. Additional information that supports the assessor's use of a proper mailing address. The mailing address that we use on mailing address listed on the appeal application is the same as the address listed by the FAA. It is also the same address the assessor has used to send all correspondence to date regarding the subject aircraft. Lastly, evidence of applicant's prior knowledge of annual property statement filing process. On the appeal application in item 6I, the explanation of issue starts with, this is the first year of ownership. It is understood by the assessor's office that this statement is meant to imply the applicant was unaware of any annual filing requirements for his aircraft. Prior to the 2021 purchase of the subject aircraft, Mr. Cruz was a co-owner with 3 other people of a different aircraft in Ventura County, tail number N2860C. This aircraft was owned by Mr. Cruz and partners for tax years 2011 through 2020. During this period of ownership, the assessor's office applied a 10% penalty for failure to file the annual APS form in 7 years. The assessor's office received an APS for this aircraft in 3 years, 2015, 2016, and 2019. All 3 years APS forms were filed timely and were signed by Gabriel Cruz. They're included in Exhibit C from pages 16 through 22. You can see those filings for your reference. This evidence shows that prior to 2023, Mr. Cruz was aware of an annual filing needed for an aircraft ownership and that the consequences of failure to file is the addition of a 10% penalty. In summary, California state law requires the owner of taxable property with a cost greater than $100,000 to timely file an annual property statement or face a 10% penalty of assessed value. This requirement exists even if the assessor does not request or secure the statement. The assessor has presented evidence that a request to file the annual statement was also sent to a valid mailing address for the property owner. The assessor presented evidence that the applicant also had prior knowledge of the annual property statement filing process and the consequences for failure to timely file such statements. The assessor asked that you consider the evidence presented and legal citations provided and sustain the assessor's opinion that the 10% failure to file penalty was properly applied to the subject aircraft for lien date 1/1/23. Thank you.
Now, does the applicant have an opportunity to question the presentation, or does this just shift the burden?
Yeah, so right now, if you have any questions about what the assessor just presented is, so you know, why they imposed the penalty, or if you need clarification on a rule, now's your opportunity to ask them questions, not necessarily dispute. Once you and the hearing officer are done with questions, then you can dispute why you should have the penalty removed.
No questions as to the presentation.
Okay, I don't have any either.
Do you have, so now we can get to your presentation. Do you have any documents that you'd like to be considered, just verbal testimony?
It's basically verbal. The issue was that when the plane was purchased in New York, it didn't actually get to Camarillo until the beginning of that year of 23, because it went through maintenance and had a new engine that had to be put in, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And when I actually called the county assessor's office, when I called the tax office, I spoke with Maya, and I called specifically to ask if there was going to be a penalty involved or not, and she stated there would not. I'm not disputing any of the previous information. I'm not disputing the information after that. It's that year that I'm disputing.
Do you have that in writing or anything?
I have it in writing in my notes, but that was it.
There's no email confirmation?
No, because it was a phone call that I made.
Can the assessor Is that an employee in your office?
It's a former employee.
Okay, so, okay,
Our division.
because we have a Mia in our office, and so we weren't sure which, so you were talking to the assessor's office?
That is correct.
Okay.
I don't know her date of separation, to be honest.
Do you happen to have notes if she actually spoke to him in your system?
I don't recall
Okay.
any notes in the system from her. There certainly weren't any notes that, a request for penalty consideration was asked about. In reviewing for the appeal, I didn't find any information, any remarks in the file related to this topic.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I
No,
want to
no,
make sure
no,
you're
that-
clarifying, talking about the
No,
right
that,
person.
that was it. That was the whole reason I'm here.
Okay. So then now we can go to questions from the assessor to the applicant.
One of the reasons that, we feel that the assessment was justified was that in the APS that you filed for 25, that's on page Exhibit C on page 15, I'm sorry, page 11. Said that the date of the aircraft was moved to this county was April 17, 2021. That would have made it accessible for both lien dates 22 and 23, which, 23.
Which,
Exhibit D, page 11.
That's probably the third stapled document.
About the third line down of the data.
yeah, I'm looking at that. Well, okay. I don't know why that was. That's fine. Again, I know that it sat in New York for a year. Again, that's,
I'm just letting you know that the reason we.
I understand. I understand.
On the lien date, was it in New York or was it Camarillo?
On the lien date, it was here. That was 23. Correct.
Sorry, lien date being January 1st, 2023.
Yeah,
So
correct.
January 1st,
It was
2023.
already here.
Okay.
Here, okay.
Don't have any further questions.
Yeah, I don't
Presentation.
think I have any questions really either.
Yeah, the only thing we need to clarify, has an aircraft property statement for 2023 been filed late or it's still not been filed?
We do not have a filing for 23.
Because, and I don't know if it's quoted here and it's been a rough morning, so to the assessor, do you recall if the rule says the penalty can be abated for late filing or non-filing? Because my recollection is for late filing, so the hearing officer may not have authority to abate for non-filing, meaning Mr. Cruz would need to file a late statement. Let's see if we can. Do you recall if that's rules in your presentation somewhere?
Yeah, that seems to make sense to me. I didn't quote very.
It's not quoted in my presentation.
Okay.
I'm not sure, not aware of that statute specifically.
And Mr. Cruz, can you confirm that you made no attempts to file a 2023 statement, or do you believe you did?
I don't remember. Again, I can't answer because I don't remember. All I know is when we got the tax bill, I made a phone call. That's because we got a tax bill. It was the first thing that we had received, so I made the phone call. And subsequent to that, obviously, I've been filing every year.
The change of ownership for him, not even the late.
I can't answer that. I don't know. I mean, I know that I filed the subsequent years. That's all I can tell you.
The only file, the records we have on file for this aircraft are
24 and 25.
Correct.
Doesn't seem like I can do very, I can overturn the little date that there wasn't filed.
So Brendan, I believe your interpretation is correct. I'm looking at RNT 463, section C, which seems to indicate that the language indicates that failure to file the property statement within the time required. So it does have the language of filing it.
Okay, and that's the section that says the hearing officer or can abate it, correct?
Yeah, it
Yes.
says the established citizens to the satisfaction of the county board of appeals or the assessment appeals board, et cetera, et cetera. I can read the full thing if you like. But.
Hearing officer, do you think that's necessary for him to read the full citation?
Or paragraph, I don't know. It's up to you. Go ahead, yeah. So it says, if the assessee establishes to the satisfaction of the county board of equalization or the assessment appeals board that the failure to file
the property statement within the time required by section 441 was due to reasonable cause and circumstances beyond the assessor's control and occurred notwithstanding the exercise of ordinary care in the absence of willful neglect, and may order the penalty abated, provided the assessee has filed within the county board written application for abatement of the penalty within the time prescribed by law for the filing of applications for assessment reductions. So yeah, in that first sentence says failure to file the property statement within the time required.
Yeah, so it's not filed.
Right.
So there's really, I can't debate this, I think I'm just not allowed to debate that. Out of my control.
Okay,
Okay, so now, yeah, we can't,
so dead in the water.
Yeah, so is that gonna be your final ruling here, Mr. Sis?
yes,
The-
I, according to the rules that Mr. Phillips just read, yeah, it seems like my hands are kind of tied.
So that decision is the penalty sustained. As we mentioned, if you like why you're here today, you can file a 2025 appeal to have that reviewed.
Okay,
And just go up to our counter and they'll give you the paperwork.
okay. Perfect. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
So Ms. Tamayo, if you want to come forward to the table?
You just go ahead and hand that out.
Here, if you go out this way and just. Yeah, just make a right and then you don't have to make all your way around. Oh. Your application.
Thank you.
All right. So as we discussed during the review, we just trailed this for further discussion on Ms. Tamaya's concerns. So just to clarify what this appeal is for, that the hearing officer has jurisdiction over is the property was reassessed August 5th, 2022. So the hearing officer has jurisdiction to hear arguments for it should not be reassessed as of that date and the value as of that date. And so maybe the assessor can just start by clarifying what you've done in response to this appeal so that we have a framework started before we hear from Ms. Tamayo.
So based on our last communication, we essentially, she's challenging the August 5th, 2022 date, stating that no change in ownership occurred. I believe she was trying to apply for the Prop 19 exclusion, parent child exclusion, if I'm not mistaken. The issue, we explained all the laws surrounding it. She understands all the laws. She's not disputing the laws. She essentially told us she wants to kind of just be heard by the board about her concerns and possibly frustrations. So we're not exactly prepared for a final presentation today. If Rebecca wants to chime in.
Rebecca Russell for the assessor's office, just to clarify, she did apply for Prop 19. And I think what she's challenging is that the claim for Prop 19 did not come into the assessor's office until after she sold the property. And that sort of negates any possibility for retrospective relief prior to, during the time of ownership at issue, because the Prop 19 law includes a clause that it has to be received before the property is subsequently sold.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the area of dispute is the timing of the claimant, and we've had findings of fact that the full board issued on this subject of that's a constitutional deadline. So, okay, so that the main dispute is that deadline to file. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so would you like to hear her concerns on that?
So basically what happened is there were some changes of the law. We were not aware, and I've been advised that it doesn't matter whether we knew or not, because that's the law. And unfortunately, that is correct. That is the law. We were caring for our mother and 4 siblings. We were taking turns rotating. My mom had dementia, and it was really hard. We were working full time, except one sibling who was disabled, caring for my mom during the daytime. So we all took turns caring for my mother, very advanced stage of dementia. We rotated her care day and night, weekends. We didn't have
time for ourselves or our families. We decided not to place my mother in a home. We were gonna care for her. So when the law changed, we weren't even aware that there were changes in the law. We were never aware that upon her passing, we had deadlines to meet, filing documents and everything else. We were hit with, okay, we need to go consult the attorney and find out what mom did with her living trust. It took us a few months before we met with the attorney because it was really hard. And then we discovered that she left the property for all of us to be sold and equally divided. Or one of us or whoever can buy it. Well, I retired January 2nd of 2022 to care for my mother. I used to work for the county. I had a very good job. And I retired because my mother needed 24/7. And it was really hard taking off from work and coming back to work to care for her personal care. We did that and we were never aware of any law changes. We were just totally invested in survival mode, caring for somebody who is totally disabled. And it's very challenging mentally and physically to care for somebody like that, especially when you have a full-time job and rotating. And it was exhausting, to be honest with you. And so we missed the deadlines for the filings, and then we sold the property. We had to deal with paying the loans that she still had. We had to hire an attorney because she had a rental property, and upon her death, the renter decided that because she passed, they didn't have to pay rent. So then we had to hire an attorney to do the eviction, and there's steps to that. So we were dealing on top of everything else we had, paying the loan that she still owed and getting the attorneys, hiring the realtor. It was just a lot on our plate, to be honest with you. Yes, we missed all the deadlines, but I wonder how many people are in our shoes that we don't know these laws. There's nobody to go to advise you and say, hey, upon her death, make sure you do A, B, and C. You have deadlines. And so, yes, we missed the deadlines. I just want to say for the record that dealing with the assessor's office and the board of supervisors office, everybody has been very professional. Jose did provide me a lot of information about Prop 19. I didn't even know about Prop 19. We didn't know, we had no clue, we were clueless. And I just want you guys to know that it's a lot of weight on the family's shoulders. When the family decides to keep that loved one home, there's a lot of need for support, but there's none. And it's really hard. And yes, I know we missed the deadlines. It's not your fault, the assessor's fault. Basically, it's ours because we didn't know the law and nobody explained it to us. And that's all I just wanted to share with you guys, that it was very challenging. And I just want you guys to hear it from the family firsthand, that it's really hard. And it's hard when you care for somebody who is that sick.
Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. Yeah, that was really hard. I had to deal with stuff like that too. I don't know that if legally there's much I can do as far as dating any.
Right.
Anything at all.
So she does have the right to pursue with a hearing if she wants to present a case on why she believes it should qualify for an exemption from reassessment as of August 5th, 2022. So she has the right to proceed with that hearing. I will tell you, this has come before our board numerous times where their attorney has looked into this and said, because it's state constitution, the board has no authority to extend your deadlines. Now that doesn't change your rights to try to present a case on the issues, right? I'm just informing you that for efficiency's sake, but you have the right to try to proceed with a hearing that says, hey, I think, I should be exempt from the law, and the hearing officer will prior rule, as our attorneys advised him before, that he has no room for interpretation there. You also have the right to proceed with the value as of August 5th, 2022, if you believe the assessor overstated the value. At this point, I'm not clear. Are you asking the hearing officer to formally, because I believe at the beginning you stated you're not really looking for a formal ruling because you understand the law, but if you could just clarify for us on record, are you wanting to pursue either the request for exemption from reassessment or the request for reevaluation of the property to the hearing officer to make a decision, or is it, you just want to end it here at this testimony?
No, I'm gonna end it here because I already know the law. And there's no way around it. When the assessors assessed the property, they assessed it at a different value than it was sold. And so when I talked to them, they were able to pull up the record and see that the property was sold for less than they appraised the property. And so they changed it to the sale price. And so I think I was satisfied with that.
Okay, so the second issue was resolved outside of the appeal process. And so the only really remaining issue is should have been reassessed at all or not. Okay.
Yeah,
Mr. Phillips, can you confirm on the record? I think it sounds like that you were nodding that yes, that they did reverse the value.
I do see that the value as of August 5th, 2022 does match the value at which it was sold on, looks like August 4th, 2023, so about a year later, of 442,000.
So at this point, are you withdrawing your appeal, or would you like the hearing officer to order that the assessor's determinations are sustained?
no, I'm withdrawing because I already know I'm not gonna get anywhere.
Thank you.
I just wanted to be heard, so you guys know what the family goes through. And that it's not that we intentionally miss deadlines, it's just that we don't know the law.
All right, so you've noted that's withdrawn, and so no further action is required from the county on this appeal. Is there, and you know, if there's anything anyone else wants to say before we move on?
Thank you. Thank you.
I will say the state is aware of that frustration. They, I think just last month released new guidance on Proposition 19, that a little flyer to help the public better understand it. And so the state is trying to improve efforts to improve communication, but because it is a statewide issue. So you were definitely heard at the state level.
Yeah, Prop 19 is the people, there's not a lot of people who are happy with it. It turned out to have more stuff in it than it initially did when people voted for it or wanted it to be put through.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Between application, report at 40139, Ganesh.
Yes. Take a seat.
That's in my.
Hang on to it for now.
Assessor, you're gonna present first, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Your name, you just want to grab the presentation and hand it that? Yep.
This one's fine.
Oregon says, so this is owner occupied single family residence, so the assessor will have the burden of proof. Once the assessor is done presenting, you'll have the opportunity to answer and ask them any questions that you have about their presentation. Then we'll go to you. And then because the assessor, this is not one where we have a bouncing burden of proof, the assessor will have the right to close the hearing at the end. And so the assessor will give us more details. Yeah.
Okay, good morning, Andrew Pineda for the Ventura County Assessor's Office. I'll just kind of go over the brief overview of the nature of this appeal on the property, just to kind of get us all on the same page here. This is a decline in value appeal for the 2024 lien date. The subject is a single-family residence, 3413 Country Walk Court, located in the Big Sky neighborhood of the city of Simi Valley. The subject property was originally purchased January 31st, 2006 for $846,160. The sales price was enrolled as fair market value and established the base year value for the property pursuant to Revenue and Taxation Code, Section 75.10. Pursuant to Section 5.1 subsection A, the assessor is required to enroll the lesser of the factored base year value
or the subject property's full cash value as of the lien date. Revenue and Taxation Code 461 subsection D states in part, for the fiscal year 1979-80 and fiscal years thereafter, the assessor shall prepare an assessment roll containing the base year value appropriately indexed or the current lien date full value, whichever is less. Increases and decreases in full cash value since the previous lien date shall be reflected on the roll, except that taxable value shall never exceed base year value appropriately indexed. In preparing such rolls, the assessor is not required to make an annual reappraisal of all assessable property. That's essentially it, explaining our basis for why we're here today. Moving to the valuation portion, I think I'll try to keep it pretty brief. Starting with data withheld from the assessor. On December 30th, 2024, the assessor sent an email requesting evidence to support the applicant's opinion of value. The applicant stated that he did not have any information to provide. On January 27th, 2025, the assessor suggested a site inspection of the subject property. The applicant did not respond. The assessor again requested evidence on May 20th, 2025, and was informed that the applicant would attend the June 30th hearing to plead his case. That hearing was then administratively continued to today. For the direct sales comparison, following Property Tax Rule 4, when reliable market data is available with respect to a given real property, the preferred method of valuation is by reference to sales prices. In using sales prices of the appraisal subject or of comparable properties to value a property, the assessor shall make such allowances as he deems appropriate for differences between a comparable property at the time of sale and the subject property on the valuation date, in physical attributes of the properties, location of the properties, legally enforceable restrictions on the property's use, and the income and amenities which the properties are expected to produce. Given the readily available market data of comparable sales, the assessor determined that the direct sales comparison approach would be the most appropriate approach to value. All comparable sales were selected for their proximity to the subject property, proximity of their sales to the valuation date, and the comparability of their physical traits. The comparable sales were adjusted for differences in lot size, living area, and miscellaneous features such as bathroom count and patio covers. The assessor is unable to determine the subject property's condition. Per email correspondence with the applicant, the subject property is maintained but has no upgrades. Without photographic evidence, receipts or quotes showing cost to cure, or a site inspection, the assessor is unable to verify the subject property's condition. The assessor was able to view the subject property from the street on June 16th, 2025. The subject's exterior appeared to be in average condition with no apparent signs of deferred maintenance. The assessor was unable to determine the condition of the subject's interior. Listing photos of the selected comparables show a spectrum of condition ranging from below average to above average, and it is presumed that the subject property's condition lies within this spectrum. Therefore, no adjustments were made for differences in condition. If we will turn to page 8, we can see my appraisal grid. I'll give a brief description of the comparables. Again, this is I'll try to keep it fairly light. It's not the most complex appraisal you've seen. Comparable sale number 1, 3417 Sweetgrass, located 0.1 miles from the subject in the same neighborhood. Listing photos show it to be sold in completely original condition, generally maintained with some deferred maintenance. This comparable only has $10,000 in gross adjustments and is likely the best indicator of value. I will note that all of these properties were built in 2005. So anything original, they're all about 20 years old. Generally, it's a very homogeneous neighborhood. Comparable number 2, 3469 Country Walk, located 0.1 miles from the subject on the same street as the subject property. Listing photos show, again, average condition, mostly original features, perhaps some updated flooring in some of the bedrooms. One bathroom also appears to have been updated. Comparable number 3, 1927 Seasons, located 0.1 miles from the subject, again in the same neighborhood. Listing photos show above average condition, well maintained with original features and some upgrades. I will note that the assessor's building record shows that this comparable was originally built with a superior upgrades package per the developer. So it could be that some of the upgrades that we see that show it to be of a slightly higher than average condition, maybe original just to the higher upgrade package. Comparable sale number 4, 1851 Clarkia, located 0.2 miles from the subject in the adjacent neighborhood. I believe it's the same developer, but it's a separate stage of development. Listing photos show above average condition, well maintained again, some minor upgrades such as kitchen countertops and crown molding. Just to summarize our appraisal grid and our direct sales comparison approach, comparable sales are listed in order of gross adjustments from the lowest of $10,000 to the highest of, I believe, $260,800. Comparable sales number 1 through 3 were given the most weight since they are all located in the subject's immediate neighborhood and have a relatively low amount of gross adjustments. The direct sales comparison resulted in a value range of $1,110,000 to $1,198,000. The subject property's factor base year value of $1,133,661 falls within this value range and below the assessor's value conclusion of $1,135,000. If I may direct your attention to, I believe, page 11, we have the map of the subject and comparables. You see the subject is noted in blue, and the following comparables in red. Those numbers are in order of weight as well. Following photos, image of the exterior of the subject, some comparables. Then moving to page 21 through page 28, I have the entirety of the email correspondence between me and the applicant. I'm not going to go over this or belabor this in detail. It's just for the hearing officer's reference. This is the entirety of our communication with the applicant. Following this, our final page 29, I'll be reading a brief portion of case law. This is Sims v. Pope of 1990 from the Second Appellate District of the Court of Appeals of California. I'll just be reading a few quick excerpts here. Where the taxpayer has been accorded the first opportunity to produce the required data and refuses to do so, the assessor is not thereby relieved of this obligation to act. He is still required by law to assess the value of all taxable property, but he is then authorized to utilize whatever evidence is available to him. Where, as here, the taxpayer fails to furnish an assessor with an opportunity to gather information necessary to allow the assessor to perform his statutory duty, the assessor is required to estimate the value of the property and, based upon this estimate, promptly assess the property. If that evidence is less than the best, the taxpayer has no one to blame but himself. The law then requires only that the assessor act based upon information in his possession. I'll turn back to page 6 for my conclusion. An appraisal is only as good as the data available to it. Any limitation on the data available to an appraiser will consequently limit the accuracy of their appraisal. Appraisal components that require observation, such as condition, views, effective age, traffic influence, cannot be adjusted with a reliable degree of accuracy if the appraiser is unable to make those observations. The assessor performed adjustments to comparables for known differences, such as living area and miscellaneous improvements. The assessor was unable to acquire any data that reliably demonstrated the condition of the subject property, and therefore any condition adjustments would simply be guesswork. 441D request for information letters were mailed to the applicant on August 29, 2024 and September 16, 2024. They were emailed January 2nd, 25 and January 4th, 2025. Emails requesting evidence were sent December 30th, 2024, January 27th, 2025, and May 20th, 2025. In total, the assessor made 7 separate requests for data. The applicant's unwillingness to provide any evidence to support their opinion of value prevented the assessor from being able to perform a comprehensively accurate assessment. It may very well be that the state of the subject's property's interior warrants condition adjustments to comparable sales. The resulting value range may even support a reduction in the subject property's assessment. However, the assessor can only work with the information available, and despite numerous requests, we have received no evidence to support any further adjustments to the comparable sales. The assessor's value conclusion of $1,135,000 is greater than the subject's factor base year value, of $1,133,661. And the assessor must therefore recommend that the appeals board sustain the enrolled factored base year values. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the applicant have any questions on the presentation?
Yes, I bought the house in 846,000 plus proposition 13. Isn't it supposed to be more than, it's about 2%, right? Above that rate, right? Or am I wrong?
Proposition 13, requires limits the assessor from increasing the value of your property no more than 2% every year from the sales price.
Okay.
So your current assessment is based off of your purchase price of 846,160 plus 2% every year, sir.
Oh, okay. So the current, that's what that assessment, that's what you
Yes,
have?
sir. You're currently on Proposition 13.
Okay. Can I give you my argument?
Well, in a sec. Right now, if you have any questions of their presentation, this is the time. If you don't, then it's my turn. If I have any, and then you can present your side after that.
Okay, I don't have nothing. No question.
I don't have anything.
Okay, I just want to clarify, so, the assessor, you said you received no documents to support a reduction. Is it true that you received no documents at all, or just documents that you received documents, but in your opinion, they didn't support a reduction?
We have received no documentation.
No document at all, okay. And so I just want to make sure, we probably should have covered this through the run through, but as, in this morning, I just want to make sure you understand. If you present anything to support your case and the assessor hasn't had time to evaluate that because they didn't have it, they have the right to request a delay of the hearing. They may not do so because it didn't depend on what you present. But I just want to put it out there because you didn't give it to them in advance and they couldn't put it in their appraisal. We may be going down that path. We may not. It really just depends on what you present. So,
okay.
I just wanted to clarify that before we proceed.
Well,
Yeah, I think we're ready for. Do you have, so we need a copy, is that, it's fine, that they can share. We can share. Unless you have an extra there. With them. Real quick, maybe, that first, never mind, I'll wait till this applicant presents. So this is applicant's exhibit 1 for record.
I'm the first owner. I've paid taxes regularly. I have not done any modification to the house the day I bought it. I mean, if I have to sell that house, I need to spend at least 100,000, minimum 100,000 to fix it up. Because, a lot of inside painting and all these things need to be done. So the current value, what you have said to me on that day is too high. I'm requesting is to lower the property tax. And I have appealed again once in a couple of years ago, and I got a reduction in the
reduction?
Yeah.
Okay, based on what?
On the
Condition?
on the condition.
Okay.
It says proposition 8 decline in value.
Okay.
I mean, maybe I could just clarify, in that instance, you would have likely provided the assessor with some documentation, and based on that, then they were able to, for that particular year, come up with an adjustment. You didn't do that for this appeal.
No, that's
So-
that tier also, I did not provide any information on that. I don't think so.
Well, just clarify, that the prior appeal is not subject of today. That agreement was signed and that was for the condition of the property as of January 1st, 2022. Today, we're talking about the condition of the property as of January 1st, 2024. So what was true for this agreement isn't necessarily true 2 years later. And that's why you would have to provide information for the assessor. So not to interrupt, but continue with your presentation.
Yeah, that's all it is, and I've not made any changes to the property.
Okay, so no updating at all?
No update at all.
Okay,
And, the thing is that, I'm just, I'm just working till now, even at the age of 66. And my wife has a business, but, she sold her business because she had a big loss. She used to run a Kumon math and reading franchise. She lost a lot of money on that. So this is our personal financial problem.
Are you done with the presentation? Or
I'm done with the presentation.
Okay, Mr. Trump's having you slept through the presentation?
Just want to, I guess, confirm a few things here. So you haven't provided our office with any information about your property as far as condition or the interior, like you just
No,
mentioned?
yeah, I haven't done anything, but what exactly you would require information from inside the house? Do you want to come and check it inside my house or?
So we made multiple attempts and we showed it in here and we requested info, we requested a site inspection. You said no to all of them.
No, he asked me about the question about, the person, I think you're the one who sent me the email,
Yes,
correct?
sir.
The person you asked me about comparable value, that's what it is, if you can see the email.
Yeah, all the emails are in here.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's the email was all regarding, like comparable, can you show me any value which have been sold less or something like that so that I can based on it? Never anything about the condition of the property.
We did request a site inspection, which would be to determine the condition of the property.
Do you want to do that or?
Well, now we're presenting the case, so
Right.
I think we're beyond that point now.
Okay.
I guess my other question is, do you have any pictures or anything today to show the hearing officer to document the condition of the property?
I don't have anything.
No, okay, that's all I wanted to double check.
I don't have anything. If I had known about it, I would have brought it in. It's the same condition. I can tell you, I have not made any changes. So if there was any changes or anything like that, I would have pulled a license or something like that from the city of Simi Valley. So I didn't do anything. I didn't do any modification. And you can see even my garage door needs repair. I can't even open it.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, items like this is probably what you brought in to get a temporary reduction last time.
Right.
And ideally, they give you a temporary reduction so you have extra money so you can fix them in the next year. It's not an issue.
Right.
That's how we hope it works. But you haven't brought anything in. It looks like your value is factored this year, so haven't been any abnormal escalations other than the 2% per year.
Okay.
So there's really not much that I can do as far as lowering it even beyond that.
Okay.
It seems like the market value is a bit higher than your enrolled value. Good.
Okay.
So they're not raising it to market value, they're keeping it as low as Prop 13 requires it to be. So next year, if you have items that are gonna detract, that like these sales have and you don't, like new garages, new floors, whatever, bring that stuff in and that would help with the temporary reduction, but that's only 1 year at a time. But again, we're also hoping that you'll take the savings and the money and repair that item so that next year you don't go back. So yeah, at this point, I don't believe there's anything I can do as far as
Yes, I will note, you do have a 2015 appeal that you just filed last week, so this process will repeat. But next time around, you provide the assessor with photos of the damage, cost of repair estimates, whatever you can to justify a reduction. The process for 2025 will start over.
My recommendation is grant them access to your house, let them come in and inspect your house, so that way
Okay.
you guys have the same set of pictures.
Okay.
Because they don't know what inside your house looks like.
Okay.
Just to confirm, hearing officer, so your order is to sustain the assessor's enrolled value for 2024. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else I need to do?
You're all set. We do show that the appeal you filed last week is incomplete, so if you want to call us later this week, Mr. Verduzco will walk through you on the phone, making the corrections. I don't have time to do that right now, but give us a call next week and we can figure that out.
Number or?
Do we have business card? It's on the top, in the email you received confirming last week, it's got our phone number in it.
Okay.
Yeah, our email should be there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
One case left. Do we need a recess or are you good to finish the agenda?
30 minutes each side, I should be okay. Do we want to take a little break?
I'm personally okay, it's up to everyone else.
Okay, if we're okay.
I'm okay.
Come on forward.
Is it mine?
You're the last case. We went faster than you thought, didn't we?
Wow, it did. I'm gonna sit on that.
Yeah.
My thing?
Oh.
Can I move these over?
Yeah, you can have
Okay.
some room.
Just to spread out here.
Oh, there you
Come on in.
go. Get by here. It's okay, okay.
You guys want to include the affidavit of complaint filer?
No, unless that's, because that would be a validity hearing, so, yeah. No. Yeah, we'll start out clarifying that issue.
Okay, we ready?
You sir, go ahead and activate 3940. Sir, were you here when we placed everyone under oath this morning?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, let's go ahead and stand real quick for me and place under oath. Please raise your right hand. You solemnly affirm that the testimony you're about to give in the matters now pending before this hearing officer will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I agree.
Thank you. You want to see this?
Your name for the record, please?
Timothy McCarron.
All right, we've handed out copies of the application. This is, an aircraft appeal for 2023 and 2024. They were both filed, in 2024 with an affidavit from the applicant stating she never received the original tax bill back in 2023. So that is why we have two appeals filed in the same year, but for two different years. Before we proceed, I'd like to just clarify, because we mentioned this morning, there may be amendments. So Ms. McCarron, you're challenging the penalty assessment for failure to, is it timely file or not file at all your aircraft property statement? Did you file an aircraft property statement?
Oh, yes, we,
Okay.
October 24.
Okay,
Right.
so aircraft property, so you're challenging, that you.
everything, everything,
Okay, and
not
the
just
value,
penalty.
and the market
Absolutely.
value.
I'm challenging jurisdiction to even tax at all.
Jurisdiction
Yes.
to tax, are you jurisdiction, geographically, like it wasn't located in the?
Well,
county of
if you
Ventura?
just let me do my presentation, you'll
Yeah, before we,
understand.
so your application only marked penalty, and so in order to proceed.
No, it did not.
If
You
if
need
you-
to look at it.
Yes,
It
there's
did
a
not.
copy in front of you, we've handed
No.
out.
On
if
the
we go
back,
to
it
section-
says number 6.
Yes, so on number
It
6,
says never received notice of assessment until 9/27/24.
okay,
And then I also say aircraft has always been registered in Utah per the FAA, and there is no situs
Okay.
under California law and the United States Supreme Law, and also 2 cases that I brought with me right here in Ventura County, where a Ventura judge here was reversed
okay,
for, I don't know that it was Mr. Gillinger personally, but somebody made a big mistake and that was reversed. And it had to do with situs is what gives any county jurisdiction to tax.
correct, okay,
And if there is no situs, there's no right to tax, and it clearly said it.
Okay.
That was my basis. There is no situs in Ventura,
Okay.
California,
Yes.
so it was in there
okay, so you're saying it should be taxed in Ventura County,
at all.
and there shouldn't be a penalty, and the value is incorrect as well?
Everything,
Okay,
everything.
right, is there any other issues besides
No,
these three
I
that you
know,
want to address?
I think that's it.
Okay,
They've
the only other amendment we'd have to make is box A for the market value. So box A is to challenge the value established by the assessor. So you'd like to add that, correct?
Yes, I thought that was included.
No, and that's why we're just trying to clarify.
You're right, I
So-
misunderstood that perhaps, I
Okay.
don't know.
Okay, so your answer is, do you approve the amendment to add box A to these applications?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, it sounds like you're prepared to move forward on all
Yes.
3 issues. Is the assessor also prepared on all
Yes.
3?
So we believe we're prepared on all 3. We do want to mention under 441H, if there's information provided today that was not previously provided to us, then that would be included in our 441D request. We may have to request a continuance under 441H. But we don't think that's the case, but I guess we won't know until we see their presentation.
Now, I just want to confirm the order of the issues. I believe it would be, we first determine situs or not, because if there was no situs, there's no other issues. And then second issue would be whether there's well, I guess then we could proceed on either one, penalty or value second. So would the assessor's preference, or I guess, what is everyone else's thoughts on order? Is situs then penalty then value make sense, or is there a different plan?
I mean, our presentation kind of has it all in one package. I don't know how we would want to split, if we want to just do it all at once and then. I don't know
And
who
then the
would
hearing
have
officer
the
can
burden.
rule on any of the issues.
Independent, yeah,
Okay,
individually.
okay.
We can do citus first and
Right.
like go through it.
They
Then-
become irrelevant. If there's no situs, there's no penalty and there's no value. Cause
That makes
situs is the key
It
issue.
does make sense, yeah.
Okay, right.
If they, less time we're working.
Right, exactly.
So burden of.
So we're ready?
Burden of proof is on the assessors?
For situs, is it?
I was going to say, I don't know that far ahead. It's a,
So we referenced 32 on A, so we indicated it was their burden, but. I'm not too sure how the penalty part plays into that, so.
well, yeah, so if we're just starting with situs, the burden is on the taxpayer to show it does not have situs, correct?
That's our understanding? That's our understanding.
So I think if we're starting with that issue, we'll start with the applicant, and their case presentation.
And then if I make a prima facie case, the burden shifts to the assessor. That's how it works under the law, under due process.
So, formal rules of court do not apply in this proceeding.
I
so
understand
just
that, but
following-
the administrative regulations book does apply. And I did several hours of research at the CEB manual at the law library exactly on administrative procedures. And I have it all written down and I have cases I can cite. But anyway,
I mean, at
and
this
Mr. Gillinger did say we would go first and then they would go second and then I could give a closing statement.
Yes.
That's how he explained. So I don't have a problem with that. And if we
Okay.
can get started,
Perfect.
I think we can move along.
Right.
Okay.
So we'll, get 3 copies of your presentation.
Right, well, I have 3 copies of everything. I'm not just gonna hand them out. I have to say what the exhibit is. It's already numbered, introduce it, give everybody a copy, and then I talk about it.
So our
That's how-
procedure is we hand everything out before you start talking, and then you can talk about.
Oh, everything?
Everything, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. All
That's
right.
okay. So Mr.
Well,
Christie will
then
get-
let's turn it upside down and start with number 16, which is the last one. Those were my assessment appeals. And so if we start, because they're all numbered, I did it so it would make it easier for everybody.
I guess, okay, to be most efficient, are you just gonna go through and say, this is exhibit 1 and talk, and then hand it out real quickly? Because we can go in order if.
That was the way
it's-
was gonna do
We
it.
just wanna be most efficient. I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Sisk?
Seems like a lot of roadblocks are being put up to letting me just do my case, you know?
Well.
I don't understand it. I know,
So
I know.
we have 16 exhibits, 3
Yes.
copies of each.
Yes, but it's not like you have to read them all.
Well, I know.
There are just a few things highlighted and some key points on each one.
Why don't we start with the situs? Whatever.
With the situs? Okay.
Let's do it.
So if we start with the exhibit 1, this is the last communication that I got from Mr. Gillinger as to, this is extremely important.
Example 1.
This is exhibit 1. All of them are numbered at the bottom right. This is crucial because in the first paragraph, I have it highlighted. Mr. Gillinger says California state law requires our office to assess the value of aircraft that are habitually situated in Ventura County. There are provisions in the law to exempt from California tax the time the aircraft spends it out of state. California Property Tax Rule 205, and then he goes on to explain it. Okay, and I understand, and I have heard in the previous cases, the assessor's office quoting California law, quoting the law. So I would expect in this case, they would know the law, and especially on this issue, 205, because 205 was the entire basis of what we're sitting here for today. And that was our number 1. And I'm going to hand out this brief because it's just a few pages. Everything's yellowed out. The only things you have to read are what are in color. And this is not what I'm saying, except for the red comments I make below. This is California and the United States Supreme Court talking now. And I believe that 6 errors were made in the process, and I'm going to go over them one by one. The first one is that it says error number 1, tax assessor erroneously based this section all on Rule 205.
Let's slow down. It's time for you to establish situs somewhere else. Okay, the decision was
That's what I'm
overturned,
doing.
was my decision. That you just quoted a little bit ago, the Supreme Court decision, that was mine. So I understand about
Oh.
habitually situated terms. So, I think we should just get to the situs. You
Well,
say
that's what
Utah,
I'm-
we say California.
Well, that's what I'm doing.
California,
That,
but we don't need to just outline errors. Let's just tell us where the plane was and why it.
No,
it wasn't in
no,
California.
no, that's not true. 205, and that's what said that in that case. 205 is only used, and it says it right here, Air 7 LLC versus County of Ventura, in which your judge was reversed here in Ventura. And it says right there, that's why it's in yellow. Rule 205 only applies to property which moves from place to place within the state. It has no application to the situation here, which is what Mr. Gillinger said. This plane was registered in Utah back in 2017. That it's hangared in Utah. It's been registered there since 2017 with the FAA.
Okay.
And it has paid, we have paid taxes we paid 11,000 in sales tax when the plane was purchased to the state of Utah. We have paid tax every year to the state of Utah. And the situs is in Utah. The plane is not owned by Nancy McCarron. The plane is owned by Title Associates LLC, which is incorporated in Utah. And in this corporation, this LLC, registered in Utah, all those years, they are the title holder. It says so at FAA. It's owned by, it also owns home it rents. It has a car registered in its name. The whole operation of our business is in Utah, not California. And so the purpose of Rule 205, and it says so, and Air 7 LLC in Ventura, they cited the California Supreme Court law in that and specifically and expressly said that is only to use. It's when there's several counties and the plane is going amongst all these counties, you know, like air taxis, and they're going all around Californians to settle disputes as to which county is entitled to get that money. Only one county can get the money. That's what 205 is about. It's not, has nothing to do with disputes about which state is entitled to tax. That is what situs is. And so, and it's my position that the assessor's office should know about Rule 205 and that it was not applicable and it was inappropriate to use that because this office is in Ventura County and should have known that rule in their own county. And so that's why I took great exception to it. Number two, the assessor knew all these facts before any of this happened. He knew. Also, Exhibit 2 talks about, Exhibit 2 further talks about Rule 205 and the caveats about using Rule 205. No, that's just my brief to follow along. But that's an exhibit, and that's Exhibit 2, which talks about talks about the exceptions to 205 and talks about this is only to be used in disputes about planes going back and forth to California. Mr. Gillinger will admit that's how he did his thing. He told us in this letter, well, this plane is on the ground or something here. I don't know how he computed his 80 days. And then in Utah, 11% of the time, so we can get it. And I don't know how he computed this, but this plane goes all over. This plane went to British Columbia. This plane went to Seattle. This plane went back and forth to Las Vegas when his son was living there. This plane is all over the place. Now, constitutional due process is required in a determination of situs. And there's a lot of law, both the United States Supreme Court and the California Supreme Court, that talks about situs and how you determine situs on a plane that's going to different states. And the way that you decide this is that you have to evaluate, and I cited the law in this brief. This is not me talking. I made direct quotes from all of these cases. And it says the requirements, the threat of double taxation is why this evaluation has to be done. The requirements are satisfied if the tax is apportioned based on the commerce carried on within the state. Title Associates does no business in California, nothing. This airplane is involved in no business in California. There is zero commerce in the state of California. Utah, on the other hand, provides all the benefits. Utah is where the plane is, where the business is. Utah is where the plane is housed, where all the maintenance is done. So under California Supreme Law and the United States Supreme Court, under due process, okay, you cannot tax a plane just at the owner's domicile. You have to say where it's permanently located. Now, also, the next error that was made, and by the way, that I wanted to give you number 3 because I think it's important, maybe not so much for you, but I really wanted the tax assessor's office to have number 3. You don't have to read it now. Obviously, it's to take home, but this is the leading case that talks about, and I just draw your attention because there's just the one yellow part where it says it. If you look on page, if you look on page 5 at the top, it says California has adopted the due process-based definition of situs. Okay, a property has situs in a state when it is habitually employed in that state. And you see, the problem with this is that if you look on page 7, there's another yellow part of this case. There is no duty to maintain property permanently in a jurisdiction where it will be we have no duty to never take this plane into California. I happen to have a house here that I've owned for 42 years, since 1984. And I like the weather here. When we started all this, we were intending to move to Utah because the taxes were out of hand in California. The Ventura County is already charging us $225 a month rent just to be able to put this in a hangar because it's fiberglass and it shouldn't really be outside. And they also charge us $1,200 a year in taxes on land we don't even own. So they're already getting $3,600 out of us for this plane that's doing it's not getting any benefits, doing zero commerce here. No business, no commerce. And so under the due process analysis that's required to be done here, and all the cases say it, the California Supreme and the United States Supreme, you have to have situs. It's not where the human being is residing. It's where the plane is owned by Title Associates, and it's where the plane is, where the business is. That's where the situs is. And also,
Really quick, may I interject here?
oh, sure,
What you just showed us on page 5 where you said habitually employed
employee,
or
yeah.
habitually situated. So habitually situated has a threshold of days. Was it certain amount of months? Because we,
It's not defined in the statute, just
It's not.
such contacts that is conferred jurisdiction.
okay,
which
because I
we have a
thought at
case
some point
citation for that.
someone introduced the threshold last time we had an airplane thing.
Uh,
That was
that's-
also in this room.
I don't know, and it might have been also, by the way, it might have been, because I gotta tell you, it was very hard to do the research. Because 99% of the cases are like Northwest Airlines or, Delta. It's all about planes that are running through states. And they are getting the benefit and they deserve to be taxed because they're coming into Ventura Airport and they're picking up people and they're charging a fee to bring them to Wisconsin. So 99% of litigation is commercial airlines, and that's what they talk about. And the other case, and now this is Exhibit 4, this is the other case that I thought that you should definitely have for your staff, and you really should go over this, because I'm sure Mr. Dillinger had no malintent when he did this. I don't think he understood all of the governing law on this because no one's ever really challenged it. And this is also right here in the Second Appellate District. Okay, and in here, they did give it to California. They did say California could tax, but that was because the planes were registered here in California in this county, not this county, it was LA County. And also they did business here and they had ran their planes and they did a lot of business, so they did get the benefits. That's not the case. We're not getting any benefit. I mean, also, oh, by the way, our plane has a roof over it. That's true, but we pay almost $5,000 a year already to the county, $225 in rent and $3,500 in monthly tax on land that we don't even own. The county owns it, and I'm not objecting, I'm sorry, I'm not objecting to paying taxes.
Keep this back to specifically.
Right,
Right,
right, and in this case, the reason I wanted you to read this case is, in this case, they were headquartered, it was kind of the reverse of my case. And the reason they ruled against them was because they were headquartered in Long Beach. So there really was the habitually situated, the connections were all here, the business was here, everything. And there's one important sentence that it says in here. Simply asserting that some percentages of landings and takeoffs occurred in states by itself does not establish situs for the purpose of taxes. And Mr. Dillinger will admit that's exactly the way he did it. He just took there and, we went in willingly. As soon as I found out the lien, I called him right away, made an appointment. We brought a whole box. We said, take everything you want. He made copies of everything. He made copies of my husband's logbooks. And he saw these takeoffs and landings, but that is not the criteria, as I said. And if you read these cases, they make it real clear. And all these cases, by the way, are cited in that little brief that I gave you, 6 or 7, and you don't have to read the whole thing, just the stuff in yellow and bold. I also wanted to introduce this
So
because this.
we got this, I don't know if it was an error, it was attached to Exhibit 4.
Oh, I don't know what that is.
5
Tim,
copies of this.
I don't know what that is. Maybe it's a page off of that. That's just section 4.1. This, I wanted to show you, sir, because I wanted for you to understand, this all has to do with situs. This is the chronology of our intent. And again, you just have to glance over. You don't have to do any big, long reading. This is very easy to see. Taxes on the hurricane, we have the hurricane hangar. $11,000 a year we've already paid in taxes there. It's owned by Title Associates. There's a picture of the home owned in Utah by Title Associates, actually rented out. There's the account, it's owned under Title Associates. Here's some more taxes that we've paid. $7,000 on the house in Utah. We're not opposed to paying taxes, sir. It's not my issue. We're happy to pay taxes, but they have to be based on the services that we're getting back in return, and they have to be based on California law and United States Supreme Court law. It also shows that we flew this plane when we bought it in 17 right to hurricane. We bought the other one as an afterthought, only because all of a sudden it came up on the market and I decided to buy it. I almost think it was a mistake. We should have just tied it down if I knew this was gonna happen later on. And it's really not fair for you to tax an airplane back in 23 and 24, when we already paid over $1,000 a year to the state of Utah. We can't get that money back. They're not gonna give us that money back. And to come up with all of this back stuff, and in the FAA registry, it shows the owner's title associates. This goes back to 2017 when we bought the plane. And also it shows it's owned, and also it has my phone number on here. And, you know, this is why I have a problem, because the last man that was in here, Mr. Cruz, he had the same problem. He never received that happy form that they want to charge us 10% because we didn't fill it out. He told you he never got it. We never got it either. We never got any such form, nor would we be thinking or expecting to get the form, because that form, as he said, is for taxable property. Okay? It's not taxable here because under all the law, it's taxable in Utah. That's where the situs is. And this 205 apportionment is only when there's disputes between interstate. That's all it's used for. And in fact, there's a case that says it's our to use that when the dispute is between states and states. Here's our, our vehicle registered there. All of the connections with this airplane and title associate, all in Utah, not $1 was ever earned by title associates in this state. Not ever was ever business ever done.
Okay.
Now, this other one here is, I just wanted to give it to you. You don't even have to look at it. It's just there because it's part of the record. Did I give you 2 copies or 1? Did I think I had enough. I gotta have a copy. This is exhibit number 6. And this is just showing all the taxes that we pay to County of Ventura. It's not like they're not getting any taxes on this airplane. They're getting $6,000 a year between the rent and the thing. This one is now the rent. And as I said, you don't have to look at them. They're all part of the record, because if I have to go to court, I need to present my evidence. And any evidence or objections, if you don't make them at the time of the hearing, they're waived. So they have.
Are you paying for Hangar and Oxnard?
Pardon me?
You're paying for Hangar and Oxnard?
Yes, $225 a month.
Okay.
And we're also paying taxes. Well, it's about, well, they keep raising it every year. We started out at 800, now it's about 1,200, but there's nothing I can do about that. They don't have control over that. The government raised. Now, here, this is the next one. This is just the FAA registration in Utah. Did I give somebody 2? I know I had. Yeah, there's your copy. Did I give you 2? I didn't give you 2. Okay. Well, that's all right. I have that at home anyway. It's around here. This one is now the sales tax that we paid to the state of Utah back. We paid $11,000 in sales tax when we bought the plane and registered it in Utah. Oh, did I give you all of them? I'm sorry. 1. All right, and 1 for you. And all of these, I've given Mike copies, all of these when we met with, we were very cooperative with Mike, by the way, Mr. Gillinger. We brought our whole box. We let him go over everything. I didn't know that doing the logbook was gonna be the kiss of death. And my husband said, actually, he's not even required to keep a logbook. He only has to log things he does for certification.
No,
Or
currency and time toward a license. I have taken 7 check rides and I'm done with, I don't need a log except 3 takeoffs and landings every 90 days and a biennial flight review every 24 calendar months. Everything else I don't have to log. But I do have to, of course I have.
Miles above 10,000 feet?
Say again?
The log miles above 10,000 feet?
No,
we don't usually go over 10,000 feet.
no, you don't have
This,
to do that.
and now this shows you all the taxes we have paid over those same years that they're trying to come back and tax us now on 3 years later. And those are all of them that have been paid. we have just paid a slew. And as I said, I don't object to paying taxes. I just want them to be fair. And the reason I'm giving you this is to show, all of these we brought in and showed Mr. Gillinger. This is to show you our insurance. We have always had insurance from the minute we picked up the plane. Yellow mark, that's all I have to look at. Hangared in Utah. And by the way, the county demands, Utah doesn't, but Ventura County demands that every time we get insurance, I have to name them as a beneficiary. And Gallagher, our insurance company, has to send them notice that they're a beneficiary. So if something happens around our airplane, they get to collect as a beneficiary. So it seems like they get all the benefits and no detriments, and we get no benefits and all the detriments. And by the way, it is unconstitutional to double tax people. Now, that's just common sense. A third grader could figure that. It's not fair for someone to have to pay full tax in 2 different states. And the cases will tell you that. All the cases have been litigated will tell you that. They say it right in the cases. This one is, we're almost done. We're up to 12 already. This one is just various, all the maintenance is always done on this plane. All the annual inspections required by FAA, all the maintenance has always been done in Utah. This one is Ventura County Tax Collector. And this is the notice of lien. And sir, I got this notice. I received it September 27th of 24. Immediately called Mr. Gillinger's office. I have been paying taxes all my life. I'm 75 years old. And all my life, I've been paying taxes since in my 20s and never, ever paid a late fee. So you can imagine how upset I was when I got this thing in the mail. My God, what is this? What is this? What is this? They have filed a lien against our airplane. And we didn't even know anything. As I said, as Mr. Cruz said, we didn't get that. And actually, by the way, in my brief, there is a case that talks about exactly this issue about taxing people and claiming you mailed or this due process, and it comes under the Mulaney case. Oh, by the way, I forgot to talk about, this is as to citus. It's another issue as to citus. Error 4, the assessor applied the old maxim mobilia sequenter personam, which means personal property, it follows with, the human people. And that was the old maxim. So and I think that's why they did it, because they know we're here. But it says that no longer applies with tangible, movable property. It does apply to intangible, like if you have a trust or you have stock, but tangible property, you can touch it and grab it and whatever. Tangible property, which is an airplane, a boat, whatever. It is taxable in the state where it is permanently located and employed, and where it receives its entire protection, irrespective of the domicile of the owner. We have ourselves, now this is the US Supreme Court talking now. We have ourselves held in a number of cases that such property permanently located in a state other than the owner is taxable there, not here where we're sitting. And then the fifth error is that, oh, by the way, the jet fleet
Let's not go through a list of
oh, okay.
received errors. I want to stick with.
Well, yeah, but I have to state errors on the record or they're waived. I can't waive my rights. That's not fair. That's not due process.
But it's time for you to present and establish where your situs was, not just.
Okay,
to attack the
okay.
assessors.
No, I'm not attacking. I'm pointing out the errors. And I'm also saying he wrongly added that 10% penalty, knowing that I didn't receive notice. the point is, under the Mulaney case, Mulaney is all about, it's the leading case under California, actually under all 50, it's in the United States. Mulaney is the leading case as to due process owed to citizens. And you have to notify them in a way, if you're the government, you have to notify them in a way that's assured that they're gonna reach it. Okay, and the point is, the notices that we didn't get, right, that this notice of lien actually was mailed, if you look on it, it was mailed to Utah, it's mailed to Stout Airport in Utah. Okay, we don't live there permanently, okay, we go back and forth, but my house in Santa Barbara I've had for 42 years, I'm on Prop 13 and I have a 7,000 homeowners induction. Eventually, we would like to move to Utah. I mean, the way these taxes keep going up and up and up here, I don't know how anyone can afford to live here anymore, but anyway, in Mulaney, it said, and this only applies to the government, it doesn't apply to private industry. When notice is to a person is due process, okay, due process is real due process, not a mere gesture. That is not due process. And it says that you see, this was mailed here. The only way Mr. Gillinger could have sent this purported form that was claimed it was mailed out. How did he get to mail it to the Utah? It had the Utah address on it. He had to have gone to the FAA to get that address. No other way he could have got it, right? And he talked about checking the FAA website. That's the first thing he does. And on it, it has my phone number. Right on there. Why didn't he call me? You see, he sent out one in 23. Then he says he sent out another one in 24. I never got either
Ms.
one.
McCarron, I just want to keep us on track. So it sounds like you've concluded talking about Citus and then now we're on the
No,
penalty abatement?
I have not.
Okay, so we need to finish Citus discussion. So any other information you have to prove that it was not, this aircraft was not located in Ventura County.
Okay.
Present that before we move on to penalty abatement.
All right.
We want to wrap up
All right. All right.
conversation and let the other side have questions and.
Okay, I understand, but please, this is a lot of money. It may not be to you, but $5,000 saying that we owe is a lot of money. And if it's improperly taxed, I have to have the right, and it says so in the administrative, to present my documents. And if I don't present my evidence, it's waived. If I don't object, I waive. And I object. I want to have a fair hearing. I want to be able to have them consider. By the way, this is just the 14. It's just my document that the appeal, because when we met with Mr. Gillinger, we spent a couple of hours, we gave him everything he wanted on the plane. We opened our books, we tried to be cooperative, we tried to be in due faith, and it was the kiss of death, because all he did is use it against us and try to tweak it into this, well, the plane landed here so many times, so therefore you owe us tax, not Utah. And that's not the law. And I expect the county to know the law. The county has been citing the law all day here. So if they know the law, they need to know all the law, not just the law that is in their favor when they want to make a point. And also they have to be willing to listen to what the law is. This is not Nancy McCarron talking. This is the United States Supreme Court and the California Supreme Court. And it tells you what you do, what you have to do when there's a dispute between planes, between two states, a plane going between states, not within California. So the 205 was wrong. And I say that I believe that Mr. Gill, or whoever it is, I don't know who mails out that, it might not even be him, it might be some other person in the office, but whoever mails out those forms, if they nothing happens when most human beings are going to respond to a form when it says if you don't respond, you're going to get a 10% penalty on top of full market value. Most human beings will respond to that. So if they don't get a response and then they wait a whole year to send it, they have to, under Mulaney and under Jones, it was expanded in Jones versus Flowers in 2006, very recently. It says when the government learns its attempt at notice has failed, due process requires the government to do something more. it really would take about 30 seconds to dial my number on the same form where he got these.
Issues.
Okay, here's the other one. I'm just doing this so that, this is number 15. I'm just doing that so all of these are part of the record. Are part of the record. And by the way, this is, I may as well give you this. My husband printed this out this morning. And let me, can I borrow your pencil? Oh, here's one right here. Let me just put 17 on this. 17, this will be the last one. This is about pilot log books. Because the point I want to make is we really weren't, you know, if we were trying to cheat somebody, we're not cheaters. We're people of faith. We don't cheat anybody. I don't want to cheat anybody. And when we went in and met with Mr. Gillinger, he will not deny this. We were very open. We opened our books. We gave him everything. We could have phonied up the books. We could have just gone in there with a different logbook and only put a couple of things in there. How else would he know? But we trusted him and we tried to be fair. And that's to them. And we tried to be fair and you know, make our case. And it wasn't until oh, and by this way, the penalty says each person, oh, I was gonna give it because they've been talking about this all day. Why don't we make that 18?
Yeah, you don't have to mark it, we'll mark them ourselves.
Oh, okay, this is 18. I'm just trying to, I don't want you to get confused because we had a lot of it. This is this 441 that I heard you guys talking about all day today. And I believe it's great to have a copy of it in the record. Here's 18. And that's about the tax. And it says each person owning taxable, that's the key word, personal property, has this duty to file this. I never knew, quite honestly, I never knew about this form. Never knew about this form. My first time in my life was when Mr. Gillinger talked about it. And he immediately gave it to me for both years. I filled it out. I signed it under penalty of perjury. We have done everything to cooperate. We have acted 100% in good faith. And I believe that I don't think it was fair. I think that the county had a duty to do something more when they didn't get any response from us, that they have a duty to do something else. They have my address in Santa Barbara. I've been renting a hangar from them since 2017, and I've been paying $225 a month for. So, and I know their argument might be, well, she is getting benefits because she's landing our plane here, so to speak. Okay, but when that benefits they're talking about in those cases, they're talking about flying in and getting paid to take people around to Wisconsin. You know, that's what they're talking about, benefits. And if we are getting any benefit from having the hangar, we are more than paying that. It's costing us almost $5,000 between the $225 in rent. It's all on there. And the $1,200 a year in taxes that we've been paying since 2017 on top of the taxes in Utah. So my point is, it's not about paying tax. I've been paying taxes all my life since I was a waitress at 14. But when it's not fair, I have to object and I have to fight it. That's just my nature. And to double, and this is in a sense more than a double tax, because remember, those years we already paid the full tax to the state of Utah. We can't get that back 4 years later. And they have limitations like you that are statutory. You'd have to appeal within 60 days. So we're not getting that back. So that's a double tax. Not only that, but in essence, it's actually a triple tax because they're not even giving us credit for what we paid.
Issues, not
Okay.
Read this, Nancy. I don't think they understand the difference.
Right. That habitually situated, that's a word that is used with commercial airliners. All the cases talk about habitually situated. That's where that comes in. And if you look at the cases, well, if you actually look at my brief, I have that habitually situated, and that has to do with commercial airlines when they want to know, because they're picking up people in Denver, they're picking up people in LA, yeah.
Making money on
Who's
location. We make no money when we
gonna
fly
get
in
the
here.
tax? And if it's locally under 205, which county is gonna get the tax?
Cyprus is different.
And yes, and citus is what, and it's in all the cases. What the citus is that you have to apply due process, and it's a two-part analogy. It's one is the intent of the person who brings it in. Our intent is not to have it permanently here. Our intent has always been and always will be to have it. That's where my son and all my grandchildren are, is to be in Utah. And number two is looking at the amount of commerce that that piece of personal property is doing in the state. And if you look at this, it's not a long brief. You don't have, all you have to do is read the highlighted parts for the key points. And in here, you'll see somewhere, where is that? Habitually situated, because that case in Ventura had to do with a commercial. If you recall, that Air 7, yeah, that was all commercial. That wasn't just a mom and pop like us flying out to see grandchildren and things like that. So that's why I say, and in my mind, I feel under the tax system, every county and state is entitled to tax, all of them. You can't run a government without tax. But under the Commerce Clause and due process, the whole idea is you have to be fair amongst the 50 states. It's not fair to favor one state. And I believe that the scheme that it's now is fair, because Ventura is getting $5,000 a year from us. We're paying tax on land to them that we don't own. We just happen to have a hangar there, and $225 a month. We're paying for the benefit of having the plant.
And Utah is growing
And
faster.
Yes, and
Utah is
Utah
growing faster.
and
All the
you-
California exodus is increasing the values.
Utah is getting, $1,000 a year on the registration, and their mechanics, their economy, their mechanics are getting all. So I feel that in a sense, sir, that it's kind of balanced. It's kind of balanced. And I don't think it's fair to give 100% of all of our money to Ventura and nothing to Utah, just from a sense of fairness. It's not right. And here, I believe that the situation as it is, it's been fair to both states. I don't oppose the paying taxes. That's not the point, but make them be fair and follow what the law says about citus. I don't know, did it, were there any points
It's
that I
pretty
missed?
clear,
I don't.
actually. It's
And I'm sorry, I couldn't get to everything. I know your time is limited and probably everybody's hungry and wants to go to lunch. But if you could just take all the exhibits I gave you and maybe go over them, and then you'll get sort of a better understanding of the point I'm trying to make.
Okay.
And then just read this. It's only 7 pages. It's a couple 10-minute read, and it gives the key words from every case. And you will see about habitually situated, and you'll see that the case that talks about that was a commercial. It all has to do with money. Now, we're just mom and pop, and not the money.
Okay, thank you. The assessors.
Now, their turn, right?
Questions of,
And-
now it's time for them to ask questions of your presentation.
I know. And by the way, I have nothing personal against Mr. Gill. He was very nice to us. We had a very friendly, we more than cooperated, didn't we? Brought our boxes, we let him copy everything. We answered all his questions.
He's
Let it
just
go.
doing his
Right.
job.
I know. We just
We're all
want,
bound by.
we
law.
just want fair. And if an error is made, I'm sure it wasn't intentional. It might be a mistake. He's not a lawyer. He doesn't understand the law.
Do you have any evidence of the ground time that's different than what you provided me in the flight logs?
I don't know, because I don't know how you could, see, I don't understand how you computed, because you're saying 89%, right? I don't know, something about that, 89%, and then 11% or something, but you never factored in all the other places we went.
That's what I'm
You're
asking. Do
only
you have any evidence of the other places that the
Well,
aircraft went?
sure, I mean, sure,
That
we
you
would,
submitted,
sure, we would have.
that we have before us?
I made copies of the logbook for him to look at, and there's other places.
Yeah, oh, but he never talked about the other places. We went to my granddaughter's graduation in Seattle, and then we went to British Columbia. We went to Las Vegas all the time to visit his son. Where else do we go? New Mexico. We've been all over with that plane. It just doesn't fly
Well,
to Utah.
wherever she finds a good deal, we may move on it, right?
What do you mean?
A lot, real estate,
Oh, yeah, right.
real estate.
So anyway.
But Utah, because of all the California, they boost the property values up, so we're taking advantage of that.
Actually, that was a smart move, and buying everything in 2017, I bought a home for 62 that's now worth 200 7 years later. I bought a hangar for 155 that's now worth 400.
So there is no other evidence you plan to introduce that the aircraft was in other places during 2022 and 2023, other than what in the flight logs you gave me? Do you plan to present any evidence?
Other being in other places,
Why?
not the standard that you
Yeah.
use. Citus, it doesn't matter where it flies. Citus is what you use. The Citus is where, this is a plane owned by a business. Okay?
We're not
And the
disputing that the
business-
business is domiciled in Utah. We have no dispute with that.
Huh? Pardon?
No dispute with the aircraft owner being domiciled in Utah. That's accurate based on all the
Right.
information you provided.
Right.
My question was pretty simple about, do you plan to present any other evidence at this
Oh,
hearing?
I
That
don't
the
know.
plane was somewhere else other than the flight records you've already provided as the evidence of where the plane was located.
Yeah, I can tell you, we.
We didn't even look at it from
Yeah,
that standpoint.
In fact, we were wondering.
We
how
just
you
had
got
an
it.
$18,000 parachute put in the airplane, and that was in Las Vegas.
Right.
So now you're playing,
So now are we gonna get a tax bill from the state of Vegas?
every
We got a
state we
tax-
fly over or land at, we have to pay full property tax on that? Is that what you're telling me? Because that's what you're doing, right?
No, that's not what we're doing. That's
You're
what I'm
not.
saying.
Well,
I simply had a question about whether or not you plan to present any other evidence in this hearing
well,
about where the plane
It
was
would
located
be or-
in 2022, 2023.
well, I have to go, I know Vegas and, where else? Vegas, Utah.
Mexico.
This would be 2022 and 2023.
Okay, why that?
Because those are the years before the lien dates that we're questioning the value of at this hearing. And the situs of. So you use the flight records from 2022 to determine the situs for lien date 1/1/23.
No, but see, you're back to 205. You can't just do that. You're falling back to 205. This plane, this is not an issue of within California. The Air 7 told you that.
Yeah.
This is your county this decision came out of. You're charged to know that. You can't use the 205 analysis,
think
and that's what you keep doing.
I think you're incorrectly applying that to this case, and it's not
And
accurate.
applying Air 7 says
Is
it.
what your discussion is, but I'm not here to question that part of your presentation. My question was simply about whether or not you plan to present any other evidence of the site.
Las Vegas is the only place that I can think of where we landed. Other than, Washington one, was that?
I don't know, Tim. I don't know. this
No,
off the
right
top.
now, we can't. do
There's
that because
graduation.
We don't know.
And then we went to British Columbia.
Yeah, but
Remember that?
maybe to rephrase the question,
Yeah.
they're trying to clarify where it spent the most amount of time. So
But for
one
what
business-
reason? It's not applicable.
Okay, but if
It's
they,
not a-
again, stop, please. If the hearing officer disagrees with your legal interpretation, then it is based on where it spent the most time. So they're trying to clarify, did it spend somewhere more time than Ventura County?
Okay.
And in the event they disagree,
Then I want you to give me the statute that says that you have the right to use that as an analysis to determine the tax. Give me the statute that says it. The only thing he cited is 205 and Air 7 right here in Ventura said you can't
He's
use
fishing.
only within the state.
okay.
You can't use that in analysis of the two states, between states.
If the assessor is required to present, they may or may not include that. Again, at this point, it's establishing your support for your position.
No, but you can't do that. That's like asking me how many times I go to the bathroom a day. Is that relevant to the analysis? Where we fly is not relevant
Yeah,
to CITES,
right.
to the state who has the right
He
to
simply
tax.
asked you if there's any places it went that is not in the logbook. So it's most
No,
likely.
I logged everything, and the only thing I can recall in the last 2 years has been Las Vegas.
Thank you, Mr. Six. That's gonna be all our question.
Okay.
Okay.
So you guys mainly live in Santa Barbara?
We go back and forth.
Okay.
We want to live in
We're
Utah.
going
but we
tomorrow
haven't-
or the next day.
You've read-
Find out.
Yeah,
Hangar at Oxnard to park your plane there, so. Okay,
no, actually, it's for storage too. I like to use it as storage.
so.
It's very
you know,
expensive.
For a plane that's in there.
But it is, you're right, it is
If
for,
plane storage is cheaper.
it is, I know, it is for storage, right?
Okay, I don't have any further questions. Now it's time for the assessor office to present their side, and we're
Okay.
just sticking with Citus right now.
Right.
Yeah.
Picked out everything.
I just want to be, hearing officer Sis, do you want to weigh in on the burden of production at this point, if the applicant has?
Now, what is this? I never got this before.
That's our presentation from today.
Oh, the presentation today.
There are
Okay,
So,
A through F.
yeah, real quick, we're moving a little fast.
Okay.
So, it's it's a little complicated because it's a multi-issue appeal. And so I don't know if you want to weigh in if they've met the burden of production on
Doesn't even.
Citus, or because it's multi-issue, just proceed with hearing the assessor's case.
on Citus, given the fact that they own a house in Santa Barbara and rent a hangar in Oxnard, it doesn't seem to me that they've established significant Citus in Utah, even though that plane is hangared in Utah, it's also hangared in Oxnard.
We don't have a duty to prove that we are citus as human beings as Utah. Where we
We're not
live is
talking about-
irrelevant.
No.
We're talking about citus of a plane owned by an entity that is in Utah. No, Title Associates doesn't own any property in California. It doesn't,
Right, we're not talking about the owner of the plane, we're talking about where the plane resides, or where it should be taxed. It is.
And on what-
It splits time between California and Utah with random stops everywhere else where you don't rent a hangar.
no, we rent a hangar. We have a hangar in Oxnard. I mean,
And
we have a hangar in Utah. Yeah.
And sorry,
anywhere else, anywhere
so
besides California, Utah.
this is not a debate right now. Your hearing is closed and now he's
okay.
deliberate. He's sharing with you his
Yes.
thought process,
Mhm.
but you're not allowed to debate with him. He's
I'm sorry.
so
You have a
please.
hangar in Oxnard and you rent one in Oxnard and you own one in Utah. You have hangars in any other locations you visit.
No,
Okay. I don't feel like it. Citus has been completely established outside of California. It resides in California enough, there's enough reasons for you to be here, like you own a house, you rented this hangar for quite a while. I don't think we established Citus, in Utah. The plane lives there. I mean, you guys clearly live in Santa Barbara.
no, we live in sometimes in Utah.
You're right, okay. Yeah, as far as working group, I don't feel that they met the burden of proof.
Okay, so on that, the issue of Citus is decided, the hearing officer has decided that the aircraft has taxable Citus in Ventura County. So the remaining issues, the assessor does not have to prove that it has Citus here any longer, and we'll just focus on penalty and valuation now. Given that, assessor, is there anything you want to remove from the handouts that were just handed over? That has to do with Citus?
It's kind of all bundled
It's all
together.
bundled? Okay.
So we will skip over the cited sections. What issue are we discussing next? Is it just penalty or valuation?
I believe penalty, I mean, it's either, we didn't really, Ms. Karen didn't really hit too much on the value or the penalty, but I'm assuming it's value.
Well, I think when we met in 23, I think Mr. Gillinger was going by what Utah, because see, Utah's a little different than California. Here we tax the aircraft. In Utah, they don't tax the aircraft. What they do is they have a registration of the aircraft. We don't have registration here. We have tax. And then what they do is they make a market value, and every year when you pay your registration, they put a market value and it changes every year. So they kind of do it in the same way. And their market value, because I gave it to them, that's one of your exhibits, was 217.2. And I think Mr. Gillinger was ready to accept that because that was an actual government agency that said it. And then, in 24, they said it was worth 220. So I think and it's hard for me to argue that because how could I prove otherwise? I mean, obviously it depreciates in value, like any other car or asset or vehicle, things wear out and have, whatever. So I think it
to just prove that value, you'd have to have like, there was something broken on the plane that needed. to be
Yeah,
fixed.
right,
A
right.
single item, or
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah,
So
I think it
great.
would be fair that we would agree to the 217, 200, but I don't think it's fair to put a penalty. Because I signed under penalty of perjury, I never received. The only communication I ever received was the notice of lien on 9/27. I remember it was the day before my birthday's the 28th. And I remember saying to my, what a birthday present. We happened to be up in Utah then and it came and I got it. I got nothing before that. And I immediately came. In fact, we met with Mr. Gillinger at his next open appointment, which was in October 27. That's when we went and, gave him everything. And we filled out what he said we needed to fill out, both of those forms for both years. So I think when we acted in good faith, I think it's only fair to give us a break. And as I said, we've already paid, for both of those years, the full freight, and they're never gonna give me a refund.
So as far as value goes, are you disputing the value that they have?
Well, no, I think, no, I think we agreed, didn't we? I think it's fair to give it the value
Okay.
that Utah gave it. And that was based on the tax we paid, so I think it's
Okay.
fair. I don't think it's fair to value it at 241 or 250. 7 years ago, we only paid 220. So I don't see how it could go up to 250, when it's going down and
Yeah,
it's
it's a
got
vehicle.
more hours on
So
the
let's
engine.
let you subscribe.
All
Yeah,
right, so you,
based on her statement there, it sounds like we're in agreement on
Okay.
valuation. So
Okay.
we're just gonna focus on
What
penalty.
is the,
I wouldn't go well. I don't think we're in agreement on value.
She repeated these.
That's the apportioned value.
Oh, gotcha.
So
What do
we're
you
talking
mean
about
the
the full
apportioned
value of the aircraft, and we're talking about the proportion value.
yeah.
My misunderstanding.
On the same
All
value.
right,
yeah.
never mind.
Okay, so it sounds like we're still in dispute on penalty and value. It
Yeah.
sounds like the order of issues the assessor presents on doesn't matter.
Okay.
Hearing officer says it's 1 o'clock. Do you want to take a break, seeing as this conversation seems to be going kind of lengthy, or you want to, we can keep on going.
What do you guys think?
I keep going and then go to lunch.
I think we might be able to be efficient here.
Yeah, and wrap it up.
So where are we on value? Let's just.
So the parties disagree on
I know,
value, so
So you have. The state of Utah's assessed value or market value.
Right, because
Yeah.
they do it every time they
Okay.
give you
And
your
so
registration
What
fee.
do you have as far as value? Your number's different, right?
Our numbers are different.
Okay, and hers is what, 220, 221?
I say 217,200 for 23, and then 220,400 for 2024. They want to have it at 241,300 for 23, and then 250,900 for 24.
Okay, and Mr. Gillinger, how is your numbers based?
I think you're reading the original values there. Could you read our values again?
Original value, I don't know, and then appeal value, and now you said some other value. What was the other value? You just said some other
The
value.
appeal value is the apportioned value based on.
Oh,
what's here.
Yeah, so I'm a little confused of what all this means.
Okay.
I'm just reading it on the chart.
We'll run through, looks like page 7, right?
Yeah, we'll start with the assessed value part. Maybe
Yeah.
a little disjointed because this report was prepared under different circumstances with different appeal items in it. But I'll try and keep us on track. So let's start on Exhibit A, page 7. This is the heading for aircraft assessment information. The aircraft values are influenced both by the market for aircraft generally and by the usage of specific aircraft compared to the average usage for the same year, make, and model. To assist in the process of defining many different values, the Revenue Taxation Code 5364 granted the State Board of Equalization the right to identify a price guide for the state to use. In 1997, that price guide was determined to be aircraft blue book. To reach the most accurate value assessment each year, the assessor sends out an aircraft property statement to the owner of each aircraft. This form is required to be filed by February 15th, and the form asks for relevant information regarding the condition and usage, key value components, When statements are not received, the aircraft is assumed to be comparable to the average aircraft value listed in the aircraft Blue Book document. Ventura County follows the statewide practice of discounting by 10% the listed value each year. For each year, make and model aircraft found in the price guide, this adjustment is made to reflect the usual market exchange price is below the listed aircraft Blue Book value. Case law also requires that fair market value include a sales tax element, which is the local sales tax rate in use at the airport where the aircraft has situs. In this case, the Oxnard tax rate for the year 2023 was 9.25%. The 2023 and 24 original appraisals are in Exhibit C, pages 13 and 14, if you'd like to go there now.
Thirteen and 14, I only have to up to page 8.
Exhibit C.
So in the bottom right left-hand corner, it'll say C on the first page.
This was that rare.
Okay, no, I have an A.
Each stapled
Then I'll
packet.
look in this file as well.
Oh, what's that now?
That's Exhibit B.
We didn't have that.
That's B,
That's
and then
B.
the next one is C, right there. That's C.
Okay, so,
Which page?
Exhibit C.
so wait,
page
this
13,
is A,
13.
and this is B, and this is C.
13, page.
Oh, that is C. God, and all this is,
13.
God, and all this gets dumped on us. Why didn't you send me this in advance or give me this when we met with you?
I didn't have this prepared when we met. I was gathering information, trying to find the right assessment value for your aircraft.
Yeah, I couldn't, there's no way I could
Page 13 is
digest
where we're going to start evaluating the value, please.
page 13.
This is a copy of the 2023 assessment. Next page is a copy of the 2024 assessment. They're both done in the same fashion, so I'll summarize basically what's happening. The appraisals begin with the authorized appraised guide base value. In 2023, you see that value listed as 250,000. Following statewide practices, we reduce it by 10%. So you see 10% being reduced there.
What is Vernon 94?
That's the appraiser who conducted this appraisal.
You have an appraiser that does it?
We have, yes.
Okay.
So after the 10% is taken, the addition of the sales tax element is the next line down. That is the sales tax rate applied times the balance of the base guide minus the 10%. There are no adjustments that will be typically made after sales tax when there's no condition or adjustment made. We round the number to the nearest 100, and then the 10% penalty is applied if somebody filed late or not at all. So that's the process that's used to reach that valuation. That's the initial value because we had no information about the aircraft's condition, or the usage on the engine and the airframe hours. You can see that 24 is the same process. It just results in a different number.
Tim gave you the airframe hours. You asked him for that. He
In
gave you
October,
one.
He's not finished, he's not finished.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay, so if you want to turn the page to the next page, page 15, that's when we start to see the revised valuations that are now created based on the information provided during the appeal process. It's a different format, but it is still the same price guide. This is the aircraft Blue Book using their information. You can see that 250,000 is still the average retail value for that year, make, and model. It doesn't put it right beneath it, but the 3 lines down, you'll see in custom adjustments, less 10% per SPE. That's the 10% reduction. And that's our standard thing that we do statewide. The second and third lines of this show the total airframe hours of 3,200 and the engine hours of 1,080. Those were on the annual property statements that were submitted in October of 2024. So I was able to incorporate that information. As you can see, the airframe hours added value because they were below the average for that use. The engine hours deducted value because they were over the average. And that's the way those two functions work. You can also see that there's an adjustment for California ground time is equal of 89%. So there's an 11% reduction based on out-of-state times. We then take the sales tax rate, same as we did in the previous issue. We round it to the nearest 100, and then we add a 10% penalty based on a non-filer status. When the lien date, when the original assessment is made, the original lien date is 1/1. The original due date for the document is February 15th each year. When it's not received by that date, doesn't matter when it's received after that, the penalty still applies as a late filing. And you'll see the same process being done on the next page for 2024. Different airframe hours, different engine hours result in slightly different modifications to the overall value, but the process remains the same. We have the base value minus 10%, plus the adjustments for airframe hours and engine hours, plus a tax rate, rounding, and then a 10% penalty being applied based on its status of when the filing was received. See what other information we have that's relevant. Okay, if we go to page 8 of Exhibit A of the presentation, it gives a table outlining the different valuations that are involved in this case. Simple table there showing the original value as it was generated that we looked at. That was with no
I'm
information.
sorry, page 8, or you said?
Page 8 of Exhibit A.
Oh,
Going back
now
to
we're-
Exhibit A.
That's the table you were looking at just a few minutes ago.
Table 8.
So there we're seeing the original valuation that was given during the normal timeline when valuations are made each year. The appeal values that are generated based on the information provided during the appeal process. And then to the right, you'll see the applicant's value as they noted on their appeal application forms. I am assuming that the appeal application, the applicant's opinion of value is what the aircraft is worth at 100% value. It should be noted that the appeal value column is after the time out of state has already been deducted from the value. So that's representing the apportioned value in the assessor's opinion for how much time it's spent in state.
But out of state, what about out of?
Sorry, no
Victoria?
questions.
Oh, I'm fine.
You can note that down to ask them later.
I believe that summarizes the process by which the assessor valued the aircraft.
Okay, thank you. Does the applicant have any questions of the assessor's presentation?
Yes, you just said based here and then based out of state. Okay, what about all the times we flew out of Ventura County and went up to like San Jose? My daughter lives in San Jose, well, up there with Thanksgiving and Christmas. Now we land there, is San Jose gonna turn around now and say I owe them tax? Cause I go there all the time? You just said out of state.
Right. we
Didn't
deducted
you
the
look at
time out of state.
all of our time flying around in California?
If you'd like to review Exhibit E,
Yeah, I'd like to know where you got this
if
89%.
you'd like to review Exhibit E, that would give you the information you're looking for.
Exhibit E.
The summary of the flight time records that you provided. It shows all of the locations provided for in the flight records, which your husband testified was a complete record of where the aircraft had been.
Exhibit E.
First 3 pages are the summaries, and then the flight logs themselves are photocopied behind that for reference if you need it. It shows flights to San Jose. Shows you spent 3 days there. California law basically applies such that the county that has the most ground time is the one county in California that can assess you for California time.
Right.
Multiple
That-
counties in California cannot assess you for the same tax year. The way that that works is whichever county in California has the most ground time, that's the county that is able to assess it.
Right, that's your 205.
As you'll
Sweet.
notice from these records, if you're still looking toward your situs argument, the amount of time spent in Hurricane, which is IL8, which is the home base of Title Associates Inc., which is the owner of the aircraft, was 17 days in 2023.
Well, yeah, that's right. That's because of business, we rent properties. You don't need to be there. You're renting properties, they just send you the rent. They send you the rent, electronically, and you don't have to be there to, when a property's rented out. You don't have to be there.
The point is that the percentage of ground time spent in Ventura is overwhelmingly listing it as Ventura ground time. The other areas in California are noted to the right there in airport location, and the summary of the percentage of time is spent in each place. These are from the flight records you provided, and they are a breakdown showing our office calculated the amount of ground time in Ventura County correctly, and we applied that apportionment to the total valuation that we received through the price guide, making adjustments for your aircraft's usage and condition. Do you have any other questions?
I don't know, it's overwhelming, a lot of information. I couldn't possibly sit here and read it. I'm not a speed reader. I mean, it's a lot of stuff. If I had it ahead of time, I guess I could have read it.
Mr. Diller, I want to make sure I understand for processing the record. So you are recommending a reduction in the assessed value, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's based on rather than it being 100% assessed in Ventura County, you're now splitting it with Utah plus a market value reduction. So is that, okay, let's make sure we understand.
That would be our recommendation in our summary, but we haven't gotten to
So-
summary yet.
Yeah.
So what is your, I still don't have the bottom line. What is your recommendation as to the value? For the 20,
Stipulation form that I sent to you, just the values that are in the appeal value
238 and 242.
Yeah, on page
with,
eight.
with the penalties.
wait a minute,
With,
where,
including the penalties.
Yes.
where,
yeah.
where is this again? Page
Same table.
Page eight, exhibit A.
A, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the center column there is our suggested value.
Those are our suggested values.
That's what I had said was okay.
Right.
Right?
You
You were
have
saying,
217 on a different year. You got 217 listed for 2024.
Oh. It says 2023, 217,200, right?
That is our valuation based on our analysis.
Right, and isn't that what my thing said from Utah? Wasn't that what it said in Utah, 23? And then in
We
24, it
took
was
the
220.
applicant's opinion of value from the Utah value, so it looks like it would be
Yeah, yeah.
209,000 for that.
Look, because I
2023.
think I think I did say that. Here it is, 217.
Which tax year is that?
Right, 217 was a
2024.
2024. And then 2023, was 209.
Correct.
Applicant's opinion 209. And then for 24, applicant's opinion for 217, but you're saying 220
Yes,
instead of 217.
yes,
And then for 209, you're saying 217 too.
correct.
So
Your statement earlier
still-
that I was
yeah.
taking Utah's value and accepting it was incorrect. I was
Right.
generating values based on our processes, and the number came in similar for a year different than you were looking.
And I did, I do, and also. Are you insisting on a penalty when we proved to you in good faith, we never got it? And under 5367, I think it's revenue code 5367, you do have the power to waive a penalty.
The assessor's office does not have the right to waive a 10% penalty on value. Only the assessment appeals board has that prerogative.
Is this the
That's-
assessment appeal board?
Yeah, so he can waive it if he believes you
Oh,
have good
you
cause
can
for
waive
not.
it. Okay, so you're the
I can.
board.
No,
If you think the board, I think of like 3 people.
Yeah, have
We-
people in legal counsel up here with you.
We used to have, well, yeah, we actually, there was a choice to have 3 people, but then he said, you have to spend $100 for finding. I said, God, what if they find 30 findings? If I have to spend 3,000 for findings or something, so that's why I opted with 1 person.
There is one other
Yeah.
factor we would like to,
So,
or are we allowed to present any more evidence?
Well,
Well, so in regards to what? I mean, I think we're sort of okay on values, right? She's sort of accepting your suggested enrolled values.
well, no, I thought I wanted to go with the 209 for 23 and the 217 for 24, because that's what Utah assessed it as, and Utah is the place we paid the registers based on their opinion of fair market values. And I think, quite honestly, Utah may be more fair on value. I don't know who this.
Yeah, so that, but you're saying you're not willing to agree to their numbers for
No,
value before penalty.
No,
What is it?
I think under the circumstances, because we've paid so much tax already every year there to Utah. And now what am I gonna do with Utah? This is my question to you. What am I gonna do with Utah now says you owe us tax? Now what am I gonna
Well,
do?
they already don't tax you. It's a registration.
Well, it is, but in a sense, it's a tax.
Yeah, it's still, it's a registration. It's not, it's.
Okay, seems
So we have some evidence to present that's relevant to what we're discussing at the moment.
Oh.
Exhibit F.
Okay, perfect.
Exhibit F. Where is that?
That's the last document.
That's
D.
talking.
C. F.
Doing a web search of the Utah Department of Transportation, they have a button on their homepage called aircraft registration. Oh, you want to go back 1 page, Mr. Sid? Yes. On that first page on aircraft registration, as you can see, the highlighted portion, the very first piece of information they provide you. All airworthy aircraft which are based in or operate in the state of Utah for more than 180 days per year are subject to aircraft registration fees. You turn to page 7 in this document. Farther down on that website page, they have an FAQ that states aircraft out of state 6 months. For aircraft operating outside of Utah for more than 6 months of the year, registration fees are not required to be paid.
Oh, really?
If you go further.
So
in the
then
text-
I didn't have to pay.
That's
Oh, my God. Well, I paid because, see, I wasn't expecting like this lien thing that came September 27th of 24 last year was the first time I even knew that there was gonna be any issue with California
Go to
or
page 15
Ventura.
now. Continue. This is an email exchange with the Utah Department of Registration Aircraft Division.
What
representative.
page, sir?
Page 15.
15, okay. 14.
In it, I've asked her several questions about our case that we're discussing today, and I think most relevant is item number 3. When I asked, is it possible for an aircraft owner to receive a refund of prior year registration fees due to not being within the state for more than 15% in a given year? She says in very limited circumstances, we may issue refunds for aircraft registration.
Oh, really?
These are reviewed on a case-by-case basis and are dependent on the specific situation of the aircraft owner. So, having not availed yourself of the review or refund
And even
process
if
in
it's
Utah,
3 or 4 years later? I mean, we're going back to 23.
I don't know the ins and outs of Utah laws we discussed when you were visiting me. I know the ins and outs of California law, so you would have to contact Utah, but in my few minutes of research and talking to the Utah Department of Registration for aircraft, that's the information they provided. So is it possible you can receive a
He
refund?
did, and Mike said that we
And it
could
was
maybe
completely voluntary.
receive it is possible for an aircraft owner to receive a refund of prior rear fees due to not being within the state. And of course, I can give them your evidence.
You can give me your law.
You did my
what we're
homework.
doing.
You did my homework, Mike.
So that's our evidence to introduce that Utah registration shouldn't be a factor in this discussion because it was voluntary.
Yeah, Mr. Gillen, just clarify, even if they did assess it, the apportionment is intended to account for that, right?
That is correct. Correct.
Thank you, perfect.
You want to show him this page because he was not, your husband was not here when we talked about page 8. It's the Utah doesn't require it. Show him that comment.
That was page 8.
If you missed that.
Page 7?
7, yeah.
Page
Oh,
7.
page 7?
Yeah, was it F?
Yeah.
Yeah. Would you like to hear that?
7 of F?
What you're holding there.
Oh, page 7 of F. Oh, yeah, look at this. Page
Just-
7,
just to
yeah, you were
clarify,
at page
This is
7.
This is an issue between you and the state of Utah. Mr.
For
Gunther
air-
just gone above and beyond to give you this information. So-
Aircraft operating outside of Utah for more than 6 months of the year register are not required to be paid. So we paid what, but you see, when we paid, we weren't thinking you were gonna tax, you know what I'm saying? And like in retrospect, if I knew now what I knew, I would have never paid them back then.
Well, now you know for forward.
Absolutely, yeah, well.
Okay,
I don't feel we have anything else to add to evaluation.
okay. Are you fine with their presentation? Are we okay? Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's so overwhelming. God, I can't believe, how many years have you been doing this?
Couple years.
God, he's like an
Roughly.
accountant. I mean,
He's usually on most of the airplane stuff.
are you, is that all you do, airplanes?
Airplanes and boats for the last 2 years.
Airplanes and birds. Okay, well, I guess,
Do we
I don't,
wanna
do you have any other?
discussion with
Oh,
them?
I just had lunch, so
Yes.
I'm okay.
They
Just-
certified they
so-
received it.
He says we could even
Yeah,
apply
yeah,
there and
okay.
maybe they'll be
Yeah,
understanding and give us. a refund.
Okay.
We just need the documentation from here.
God, you know, I feel like taxes, my brain, taxes everywhere. Next, they're gonna tax us on the air we breathe. Right?
Okay, so I think now we're on to the penalty payment
Right.
portion. Okay.
So what have you decided on the value? What are you
I'm gonna
gonna,
weigh in on all both of them.
your what?
I'll
Okay,
go through.
got it, got
Right,
it.
the only reason citus was decided is because when the applicant has the burden, before the assessor proceeds, he has to weigh in. And because he cited against you, the assessor didn't have to present on that.
I
For
see.
the
got
other
you,
issues,
got
he's
you.
gonna wait to the end and decide on all of it.
I got it. I'm sorry, it's the first
You-
time I've ever been through
You-
one of these, so I'm not quite sure the
You
procedures.
could have 2 identical year airplanes. One has 1,000,
Right.
1,800 hours on the engine.
Yeah.
The other is like 300 hours. Big difference.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Big
Okay,
difference.
you know that.
Are you a
Okay.
pilot? No,
No. We had a
but you
case-
understand that,
We had a case come in here that you're probably not gonna be able to find anywhere.
Mhm.
Very similar.
really?
But he insisted on not keeping flight logs. Insisted
No.
on it. And then, but then the thing was, is multiple people could use the plane, whether they're ownership or not. It was strange. It was weird. So maybe you want.
Well, I have a question to ask you. If we didn't provide the logbooks to you, right, and you made all the copies, how would you have figured this out? What
We
we,
wouldn't have apportioned the aircraft, we would have assessed it 100% based on the information we had, that if a site is here, that you had a hangar here.
oh, I see.
So you would have been the burden, as we saw here, the burden on the site, proving site is.
So if you look back, it's the worst.
Right, that's exactly what he's asking you, if you had more information about other places
Yeah,
it was located.
yeah,
so
right,
that you
right,
can, trying to help you prove
I-
that it
I
was
know,
other
I-
places more time.
I mean, I would have to go through every time. I mean, he
Yeah, I
did
want
do-
to spend more time in Utah anyway. The golf is a lot cheaper there.
Okay,
It's a beautiful state.
so we're on to penalty now?
Yeah.
Do we already have the exhibits on penalty, or is that a new?
They're
exhibit?
already included.
And what exhibit are we going to?
Well, we'll mostly be using exhibit D.
Thank you for clarifying.
We may be into exhibit C a little bit to show that the mailing dates of the things that were sent. Because obviously, one of the issues we're talking about is that they didn't receive the mail at the mailing address that we were using.
Which was Utah. God knows what happened there. You know, it's a tiny little airport, sir. There's no tower. There's no nothing. Well, I'm lucky I even got that one, to tell you the truth.
I know where Hurricane is.
So in the penalty phase that we're discussing now, the first important factor in the assessor's opinion is that the subject aircraft was purchased for $220,000 in 2017, based on the filings that she made for 2023 and 24. The RT code section 441A imposes that requirement on anybody that has annual property that is taxable in our jurisdiction of over 100,000. So that creates the requirement to file. Importantly, that code section also specifically states that the failure of the assessor to request or secure the property statement does not render the assessment invalid. Further, case law adds that even if the taxpayer is unaware of the filing requirement, ignorance of the law is no excuse for failing to file a timely return. So that's the basis for the imposition of the penalty, that the was not filed timely and that there was a requirement to file. Further, the aircraft owner was sent an aircraft property statement because it is Ventura County's policy to send one every year to every aircraft owner. We did use the FAA information based on where the aircraft was registered, as we discussed prior, but we'll enter in the record again for this hearing. When the aircraft hangar form is delivered to the assessor and the owner listed on the aircraft hangar form is different than the owner on the aircraft, we send the forms to the aircraft owner because they have the tax liability. The hangar owner does not necessarily have a ownership interest in the aircraft. So that was our reason for using the FAA address. We would also like to point out in exhibit D, starting on page 6. Actually, I beg your pardon. We should first review exhibit C, page 1, showing the FAA's information with mailing address for the owner. Exhibit C, page 1.
Exhibit C, page one.
I beg your pardon again. Exhibit C, page 3.
Exhibit C, page.
That's a printout of the FAA's registry for the aircraft. It does show the registered name as Title Associates Inc. and it has an address of 800 West 2300 Street, number 12S5E in Hurricane, Utah.
Right, right.
You'll also notice that this version of the FAA registry does not include a phone number. So there is no other contact information available to the owner of the aircraft. Perhaps on your account at the FAA, they include the aircraft phone number so that they can contact you, but they do not make it public information. Now we will switch to exhibit D, starting on page 6. You may want to keep that page open just as reference because that's the FAA address we use everywhere. So you can compare the two as we go through these further documents.
But you knew of our hangar here, right?
We have a hangar list that has Timothy McCarron's name on it.
Oh,
and it
right,
has the
right.
tail number for the aircraft. And when you look up the tail number of the aircraft, it shows us Title Associates, and we don't know if you own Title Associates at that point.
Right.
So we.
But you
contact
could,
aircraft
from
owner.
the people at Camarillo, you could find out our phone number, I guess, right?
If we had some reason to believe that our mail was not getting through, but as we'll discuss a little bit later, we received no
maybe.
return mail.
Well, since you didn't receive any notice from us, maybe you could assume that maybe, we weren't there. I guess we should have gone up more often, huh?
Starting on exhibit D, page 6, you'll see at the top is a registration certificate from the FAA that shows that same address. It's in the FAA registration, obviously. The next page is a Utah aircraft registration form that we discussed. The highlighted yellow portion shows that same address being submitted to the Utah Department of Transportation.
Yeah, but there's email, Nancy Duffy. How come you didn't email me?
The next, I didn't receive this till October 24, man.
Oh,
The next page, page 8, is the next year of their registration, still with that address. The next
oh
page
yeah, it's all
is
been
the next year.
registered there.
That address. Page 10, now we're at Great American Insurance Group that's using a shortened version of that address. So I'm not sure how the mail got through, but it is still 800 West 2300 Street, Hurricane. The next page shows the aircraft insurance through Gallagher, also at the same address the FAA uses. And the next page is another year of Gallagher at that same address. In sum, this information tells the assessor that we used a good mailing address that's used for official communications for this property and has been for years. Once the assessor or tax collector in this county has mailed out their forms and received no return mail, there is no reason to investigate why it wasn't delivered because we don't have that information.
But has email too here, timmccarron@yahoo.com.
And as you pointed out in your presentation earlier, ma'am, government learns its notice has failed. It has an indication to do more, but it has to learn that its communications has failed. We have no information.
Well, here, you've got this. It's got my phone number right here, 805-450-0450.
That was provided in October of 2024 when you filed that form. Remember, we received no communication from you after that.
Why? Can I have a
Yes.
question?
In a minute you can. I'm
Oh,
just going to
okay.
finish and then you can have the questions. The last thing I'd like to point out, since we're a little out of joint here, that's going to take me a moment just to find it. What's it done there? Okay.
Take your time, Mr. Gilligan. I want
exhibits.
to make sure I have my exhibits all here too. I'm not-
Exhibit C, page 11.
Exhibit C, page 11.
This shows an email exchange between myself and a representative of the tax collector's office here in Ventura. You can see from the highlighted portion that they sent the lien notices to the same address as the bills went to, which is the same address we've been using. There was also no indication from them that mail had been returned, so they had no reason to investigate a different address to send to.
I did get the 124, September 24. That's what prompted me to call you. I
Correct.
didn't get one before that.
Correct. And as I'm pointing out, the assessor's office and tax collector's office have been sending to the same address that you did receive mail at, the same address you did use for official communications from many other agencies concerning this subject aircraft. But you didn't get all of the mailings, which is not something that the assessor's office or tax collector in this county has any control over. We did our due diligence of mailing to the best known address that we had, and that is what was required by law for due process. Sending you the tax bill is the notice of assessment. We had no idea that it wasn't received, so we assumed that it was received and it's not responded to, which happens far greater than we would like, certainly, and far greater often than we have resources to track down everybody that doesn't respond to all of our notices. I mean, I believe that's.
Did you think that maybe we paid the tax in Utah since we were registered in Utah?
I didn't think that before October of 24, and then when I received your information, that's when I started investigating whether or not it needed to be paid in Utah.
Oh, okay.
Can I have?
I believe that's the end of our presentation on the penalty being required to be enforced, and that is the reason we put it on there.
Okay, thank you. If you had any questions of their presentation.
Yes.
Specifically in regards to the penalty of a.
Oh, right.
Nothing.
Yeah, right. Because it does have to do with that. How come you didn't come after us until 23 when we've owned it since 2017? Well, what about all those years?
Okay.
Where were
Would
you
you like to
at?
go to Exhibit C, page 1?
Exhibit C, page 1.
When did they never, when I started to fly, they didn't have any property tax on airplanes. When did they start taxing airplanes as real property, right?
That I don't know.
Exhibit C, page what?
Page 1?
Page 1?
Or
Yeah.
page 2, sorry.
Oh,
It's the
2?
first exhibit, but it's page 2, my apologies. That's a
Yeah.
copy of our information we received from the Oxnard Airport. Shows the space number P031E, shows the tail number. It shows the aircraft type, shows last name, first name of Mr. McCarron. And it shows the mailing address in Santa Barbara, which is your home address that you put on the appeal application. You're right, it does have
Right.
phone numbers and emails. What it doesn't have is the Title Associates being the owner of the aircraft, and that Tim McCarron is related to that ownership group, so we have no
Oh.
way to connect the two if that's the
Oh,
point.
yeah, I think so, because I think you have to have a pilot's name.
If you also.
There was some rule in Oxnard
Yeah.
where, remember, Tim, it had to be
I
your
remember.
name on it because I couldn't do it because you had to be a pilot. They had some rule internally.
If you also notice under airport notes,
Yeah,
we'll purchase aircraft within the next 60 days.
where, wait, what?
To the far right, Colin, is
To the
airport
far
notes,
airport notes, right? We'll purchase AC
aircraft.
within the next 60 days, email completed.
That same note was on the annual reports that we received from the airport since 2020. So we knew that there was a hangar there. We just didn't know what aircraft was there. So we had no way of knowing what aircraft you had in Ventura County at that time.
Oh.
Because the aircraft is not registered to Tim McCarron.
Oh, so when did
So
you?
that's when we discovered it in 2023. We didn't come after you. We just sent you the notice that we're required to send you. Didn't receive a response from it, so we enrolled it plus 10% penalty. That's the
So,
process we followed.
does that make sense to you, Tim?
No, I didn't follow it that much.
Yeah.
So you asked about why not before 22, right?
Yeah, why not before, well, he's,
No,
Mr.
I
Gilbert
don't
says,
wanna-
he says it was mailed out in 23, right? You mail it out right
23.
after the January, okay, for the year 23, the lien date is 1/24, right? 1/1/24 for the prior year?
For the first of the year under appeal, you have 1/1/23 as the lien date.
The
that we're
lien
discussing.
date. So that would relate to the whole year before 1/1/23,
It's
which is
location.
basically 2022.
But it's usage and location in 22 determines whether or not there's situs and how much percentage of situs should be in this county, yes.
So
But we didn't know the aircraft was in our county until we got the list from Oxnard Airport, usually in late 22 before the 23 lien date is when we're noticing.
Let's see.
We do have copies of the APSs that were mailed out, and we have the mailing dates on them if you care to investigate those, but they're usually sent out in January. Sometimes they're actually mailed out in late December. But there are copies of those in Exhibit C. Starting on page 8, that's the 2024. Starting on page 5 is 2023. And that one was mailed January 11th, 2023. And for my records, that is our first mailing to you at that Utah address.
It was in 23. Was like right after the lien date.
This is on 1/11/2023 is when this packet was sent. It had a cover letter and then the aircraft property form and instructions that are not replicated here.
Well, I think under my, I think I found, I think I had it here, I think 67. I think it's 5367 that allows the hearing officer, if he believes that the taxpayer acted in good faith and was not, intentionally trying to avoid,
I've got a question.
that you do have the ability to waive that.
Find the question in the presentation.
Oh, okay. Do you want any other?
Why doesn't the FAA require, other than a mailing address, knowing how snail mail is these days, why don't they require a phone number or something? I know you don't want to be calling people all the time.
An email.
Typically,
Yeah,
privacy
email.
laws, they don't want people to mine people's phone numbers and addresses.
Oh, is that the
Yeah,
reason
you
why?
do.
I see. So,
We know
so-
we're on there.
Well, Tim said they don't, no, they don't, and you know why, from after 9/11, they don't put pilots' addresses on there, their home addresses, because some the terrorists could go and get their wife and kidnap her and say,
Yeah, we don't-
you better fly that plane to Afghanistan or we're gonna kill your wife, because see, they find out.
yeah, that's a movie on Netflix.
That's right. All right, so we.
But a
would
phone
ask that
number,
that
I guess they don't want them to mine it, but.
Considering we would have to owe all of this back stuff that we weren't prepared to pay, something like 4,000 or 5,000.
It's questions of their presentation.
Okay,
But we get lots of mail from aircraft brokers trying, based on the.
do you have
hurricane
any other
ad-
questions he wants
No.
to know? I can't think of anything. It's so much stuff, it's overwhelming.
I don't have any. it's time for you to make a presentation about the appeal, that penalty.
But she already said a lot about, so this,
Yeah.
anything you wanna
I kinda
recap?
already, yeah, I'll recap. That I already said, and I'll say it again, I'm testifying here under penalty of perjury. I don't know why, but I noticed that Mr. Gabriel Cruz earlier said the same thing. So I think it's pretty common that those don't seem to get to people. And I would suggest that you gather email, that it be a requirement that you get email from people, because usually people get email. You know, even they can look in their spam folder. And so we really honestly did not get it. And I've never had in my entire life ever a late payment, even on a credit card, or a penalty. I'm just abhorred to the word. It's like I did something bad, you know?
I get mail from my neighbor down the street like every week, or they mix up the mail. There's all kinds of reasons why that could happen, but.
Any other questions, comments?
Well, just, you know, I'd ask, since, you know, we already paid so much to Utah, we don't know if we can get a refund, and there's so much back that we owe because we didn't know about this thing or didn't receive it until I got that lien thing. And I think Mr. Gillinger would agree that we did act in good faith the whole time. I mean, we didn't go and phony up log records
Right.
to make it look like we were 89%. I mean, we could have done that, but we're honest people. We're people of faith. We don't cheat and we don't lie. And so.
If we
you
had
know,
gotten that document and we would have sent it in, say, hey, we already pay tax here in Utah, we're
Yes.
situated here, right?
We would have said,
And-
why are you sending us this?
So
Do you want to say anything in closing, or you feel like you guys are okay?
we
I would just-
didn't intentionally avoid responding because we didn't get it. If we had
Right.
gotten it, we would have jumped on it
Understood.
for sure.
Yeah, we would, so we don't think I mean, it's my personal opinion that I think penalties should be reserved for people who try to avoid.
What
Who
he said,
intentionally
what
try
you
to
said
avoid.
about the
You
last
don't
guy
walk
who had the
away.
airplane and he had a pattern of not paying on time and letting it expire, right?
It's time for closing arguments.
the
Do you want to
previous-
make anything in closing, any statements in closing?
You want to make a statement?
Anything else?
Anything else to say for the record?
Regarding the penalty phase, I think that the guy before, he had a pattern of letting it expire, not paying it, but we haven't.
never
We didn't
used
have
to.
that.
We don't.
That's the only thing.
And I would like to just, you know, reiterate that I believe that 205 was not the proper standard to use, the whole examination of where it's grounded. And that it should be done basically by the where it's actually when it's a plane owned by a business. I could understand if it was my plane or something, but I believe it. And then also one more.
I mean, some government agency got benefit from the property tax, which I think it's overkill. They never used to have that. You know, they used to tax tea in this country, I heard at one time, but.
So I believe it's time for the assessor's office to make their closing statement.
Okay.
California state law requires the owner of taxable property with a cost greater than 100,000 to timely file an annual statement or face a penalty of 10% being added at the assessed value. This requirement exists even if the assessor does not request or secure the statement. Despite this fact, the assessor did try to communicate with the property owner to present the forms to them. Mailing difficulties, I suppose we'll call it, prevented them from receiving the form timely in their affidavit for the case. That has no bearing under California state law whether or not they received it. They already had the requirement to file, and therefore not receiving the form, we were required under state law to add the 10% assessed penalty. The assessor's office used evidence provided by the applicant to determine Ventura County had taxable situs in both years under appeal. The situs review also provided evidence that the assessment should be apportioned. the time spent outside of Ventura County, and as we discussed, the appeal value does have that apportionment, reducing the assessed value by the time spent out of state. The assessor asks that you consider the evidence presented and the legal citations provided and enroll the assessor's revised opinions of the value, $217,200 for 2023 and $220,400 for 2024. The assessor also requests that you sustain the application of the 10% penalty for failure to file a property statement by the due date for each year under appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both sides for presenting me lots of information. I am going to recommend that we go with the assessor's enrolled values, and I'm going to abate penalties.
Okay. So for 2023, the total enrolled value will be 217,200,000. And for 2024, the total enrolled value will be 220,400,000, correct? Right.
So for 23, it's 217.
So he's going with Assessor's Exhibit A, page 8, the
Exhibit-
number before penalties are added.
Okay, got it, thank you.
And with that, the case is done and all business has been completed for today. If you'd like to adjourn the meeting at 1:40 p.m.
Meeting is adjourned.
What about the penalty? What do you say?
He's